Chapter 14:10. Unsealed. Yes. If they want to find it, they will definitely find it. So we have to be careful. Qing Emperor nodded. Not only did the reincarnation Great World have fortune-tellers, but also the Shenwu Great World. It was possible for them to find out the general area through divination. I've thought about this. We didn't move because I thought that after we destroyed the Martial Sacred Hall and the Poison King Valley, they wouldn't fight us head-on. Now it seems that I was too optimistic. Let's go back. Even if we don't move, we have to set up a defensive array, Night Sorrow said. Then, Night Sorrow and the rest teleported back to the Blue Eagle Mountain in the Shenwu Great World. Back at the Blue Eagle Mountain, Night Sorrow started to set up the array. This time, not only did Night Sorrow help, but Qing Emperor and Sima Tiancheng also helped. Both of them were advanced Heaven Adept Realm Array Masters. In a single day's time, the three great formations worked together, forming a horn formation, protecting the camp because they were worried that they would be caught off guard. Night Sorrow didn't dig a hole and activated the array directly. At this time, in the main hall of the Zhanwu dynasty, a few powerful figures were sitting. Lord of Heaven Fierce Tiger's face was ugly because his avatar had been destroyed. *3v** his avatar had been destroyed, and it was equivalent to losing his life. Of course, he could continue to cultivate avatars with his original body around. However, nurturing an avatar of the Lord of Heaven level was very harmful to the soul. Besides, it couldn't be released in a short period of time. Nurturing an avatar of the Lord of Heaven level required a lot of energy. It was also very difficult to nurture it. Even if one had the comprehension of the realm, it would take a very long time because of the huge amount of energy required. Besides, the damage to the soul was also hard to recover. We were very unlucky. When we went out, we met Qing Shangjuan. Qing Shangjuan is the city lord of the reincarnation city and has the city lord seal. West River Lord of Heaven, and I couldn't take him down instantly. In the end, he took the teleportation crystal on the teleportation array and informed his helpers. Lord of Heaven Fierce Flame recounted what had happened. We were unlucky. In the end, we were besieged by all their powerful figures. We couldn't even run, West River Lord of Heaven said with a pale face. The plan has failed. We can't use the safety of the world of Samsara as a bargaining chip to end this realm war. Now, what do you think? Heaven Lord Shenhu, who was sitting on the main seat, said. At this moment, he was extremely frustrated. Even though his cultivation level was extremely high, he couldn't remain calm because the situation was out of his control. Big brother, from the looks of it, if nothing unexpected happens, we will lose this realm war, Lord of Heaven Fierce Tiger said. In terms of the strength of our army, we are inferior to them. In terms of strength and numbers, we are also lacking. The situation is indeed very bad. Heaven Monarch Shenhu nodded. He had to admit the truth. Three Sons Heavenly Monarch, Nanhua Heavenly Monarch, and Wolf King Heavenly Monarch are all cowards. They surrendered without even fighting. West River Heavenly Monarch cursed. These weaklings are really hard to deal with. According to the information from the spies, the three of them have already formed an alliance. That is to say, if we use force now, they will join forces to fight us. Heavenly Lord Shenhu's sense of helplessness was very strong. For many years, he had been able to do whatever he wanted. However, this time, he was truly stumped. Big brother, let's see what Bai Taesong has to say. Fierce Tiger Heavenly Monarch glared and said. Normally, they did not like Bai Taesong. Bai Taesong also did not give the Zhanwu dynasty any face. Then I will go and take a look. Also, ask our people to withdraw from the Divine Martial City. If they can't do it, let them destroy the Divine Martial City and scram. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu stood up and disappeared in a flash. Second brother, what does Big Brother mean? Why should we withdraw from the Divine Martial City? Fierce Tiger Heavenly Monarch was puzzled. At this stage of the realm war, only the Fortune Gate, Zhangling Manor, and West River Dynasty are left. We are no longer able to fight against the reincarnation world. The outcome of the realm war is already decided. Blazing Flame Heavenly Monarch said. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. Let's see what Bai Taesong has to say. If he is willing to fight with us, the situation will be better. After all, the reincarnation world is not willing to fight to the death. West River Heavenly Monarch said. Fierce Tiger Heavenly Monarch was angry, but it was useless to be angry. The situation was unforgiving. After Night Sorrow set up the defensive array, he continued to spread out the spies. Some were to gather information, and some were to be on guard. Night Sorrow was not afraid of a battle. He was not afraid of any battle. Whether it was the army or the powerhouses, the reincarnation world had the absolute advantage. Night Sorrow realized that the light of virtue in his body was getting stronger. He knew that it was because the realm war was going well. News kept coming back. Looking at the information, Night Sorrow was puzzled. The Zhanwu dynasty and West River dynasty had withdrawn from the Divine Martial City. As the two forces withdrew from the Divine Martial City, the Tsangling Manor also withdrew. Only the Fortune Gates people were still in the Divine Martial City. Otherwise, the Divine Martial City would be empty. Night Sorrow was puzzled. After thinking about it, he felt that the Zhanwu dynasty had given up on the realm war after failing to launch a sneak attack on the reincarnation world. The West River dynasty was in the same boat as them. Naturally, they would withdraw as well. Night Sorrow felt that it was better to discuss with the powerhouses and see what they thought. When they reached the large tent where the Sky Pillar was resting, Yishang informed them of his arrival. Seeing no hope, they gave up on the Divine Martial City. They want us to win the realm war and leave as soon as possible. They know that we can't occupy the Divine Martial City for long. Sima Tianqing said. What do you all think? Night Sorrow asked. Your intentions are our intentions. The Crimson Emperor's attitude was very clear. Yuandao Heavenly Lord and the others nodded. Since Night Sorrow was the commander, they would definitely support him. They can admit defeat, but they have to compensate us. If they don't, we will continue to fight. Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. You can make the arrangements. Qing Emperor nodded. Then wait and see. When the time is right, we will attack. Do you think that Sangling Manor is fine? Wishful thinking. We will observe their attitude for a few days. If the Tsangling Manor doesn't make a suitable statement, we will attack and wipe them out. Night Sorrow didn't like the Tsangling Manor's attitude. He wanted to play dead. If you want to fight, you have to compensate. What's the point now? If he let them go, Night Sorrow would feel sorry for the Heavenly Moon Pavilion and the Wolf King sect. Yes, we are the ones in charge. If they have the temper to start a realm war with the reincarnation world, they have to give us an explanation. Datura said. Speak. The second chapter has arrived. Thank you for unlocking the 4 chapters yesterday. Chapter 1411. Unseal. I understand. Let's observe the situation for the next few days. I've also sent spies to the River West Dynasty. We'll know when the West River Heavenly Monarch returns. If there's a chance, we'll eliminate him first. He's thinking too much about causing trouble in the world of reincarnation. Night Sorrow said. Yuandao Heavenly Monarch and the others nodded. They supported Night Sorrow's decision. After explaining everything, Night Sorrow left the tent and went to the barracks to take a look at the various legions. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Night Sorrow felt reassured. This kind of legion could be brought to the battlefield at any time. Heavenly Monarch Shen who arrived at the Fortune Gate. Although Bai Taesong didn't welcome him, he still received him. This was because the upcoming situation required them to work together. After forming an alliance, Heavenly Monarch Shen who returned to the Zhanwu dynasty. We can only defend for now. West River Heavenly Monarch, it's hard to defend the River West Dynasty's territory. Bring the core members to the Martial War City and return after the storm passes. If there's any damage, the Zhongwu dynasty will support the River West dynasty's reconstruction. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu said. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu had no choice but to make this decision. The Zhongwu dynasty only had 3 heavenly monarchs. They wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the world of reincarnation. Hence, he needed to recruit helpers. All right. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu nodded. If the world of reincarnation attacked the River West dynasty, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hence, Heavenly Monarch Shenhu's arrangement was suitable for him. After leaving the Zhongwu dynasty, Heavenly Monarch Shenhu arrived at River West City and began to make arrangements. He didn't know that the moment he stepped out of the transmission array, he was discovered by the furious Lin army spies. The spies immediately reported to Night Sorrow. Battle. Night Sorrow arrived at the Sky Pillar's tent and shouted. A group of people sat on the transmission array that Night Sorrow set up outside River West City and set off. Night Sorrow had secretly set up transmission arrays around the Divine Martial City, Martial War City, Sangling Manor, Fortune City, and River West City to ensure that the battle could take place at any time. Heavenly Monarch Lu Xiang and Mistress Lu Xiang, destroy the transmission array. Don't give Heavenly Monarch Shenhu and the others a chance to help. The rest of you surround them. After exiting the transmission array, Night Sorrow made arrangements. The group of people flew towards the City Lord's residence. West River Heavenly Monarch had sensed the arrival of a few Heaven Masters through an opportunity. Thus, he rushed towards the teleportation array. However, by the time he arrived, he was already surrounded. What are you guys doing? Is it not enough to kill my avatar? With a loud roar, West River Heavenly Monarch crushed a messaging crystal. It was Heavenly Monarch Shenhu's messaging crystal. It's useless to ask for help. Heavenly Monarch Yufei waved her sword and destroyed all the teleportation crystals on the teleportation array. Is it enough to kill your avatar? First, you shouldn't have followed the Zhongwu dynasty to declare war on the reincarnation world. Then, you went to the reincarnation world a second time. You deserve to die. Don't waste your breath. Kill. Night Sorrow gave the order. Since Sandalwood had made her move, the other Sky Pillars of Reincarnation World were just spectators. As long as Heavenly Monarch Shenhu doesn't run, no one was willing to surround him. 9 Genuine, Sandalwood was one of the top Sky Pillars of Reincarnation World. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu, who had just lost his avatar, was no match for her. Be it in terms of willpower or energy, he was completely suppressed. In just a few moments, Heavenly Monarch Shenhu was killed. Sandalwood tossed Heavenly Monarch Shenhu's storage ring and weapons to Night Sorrow. Let's go. Loot the City Lord's residence. Let's go back and solve another problem. Night Sorrow was very satisfied with the outcome. After looting the resources of the City Lord's residence, Night Sorrow left with his men on the transmission array. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu, Heavenly Monarch Shenhu, Heavenly Monarch Shenhu, and Heavenly Monarch Shenhu stood motionless in front of the transmission array. The transmission crystal to River West City was black. It's too late. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu is probably dead. So be it. We've lost. This realm war is really a shame. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu went forward and took all the transmission crystals, leaving only the one connected to Fortune City. He then floated into the air and waved his arms continuously. He threw out Saint Spirit stones at the plaza near the City Lord's residence. As Heavenly Monarch Shenhu threw out his energy surged in every corner of Battle Tiger City. The rolling energy enveloped Battle Tiger City. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu had no choice but to activate the Great City Barrier Array. Big Brother. Is this it? Heavenly Monarch Shenhu was unwilling to give up. His avatar had been killed. Third Brother, we can't do this. None of their heavenly monarchs are dead. Look at the situation of our Shenwu Great World. Regardless of whether we admit it or not, we have lost. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu sighed. Third Brother, given the current situation, Big Brother and Second Brother can't help you. We have to get through this first. There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. As long as the Zhangwu dynasty doesn't fall, we can do whatever we want in the future. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu said. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu nodded. He had no choice in this situation. The news of the Zhangwu dynasty sealing the city spread quickly. The Tsangling Manor was in a mess. The manor lord, Heavenly Monarch Tsangling, was anxious. What was he going to do now that the Zhangwu dynasty had retreated? The martial war city was sealed because of the Zhangwu dynasty's countless years of accumulation. In addition, Heavenly Monarch Shenhu was half an overlord. Therefore, he had the ability to set up the Great City Barrier Array. However, the Tsangling Manor couldn't. After hesitating for a while, Heavenly Monarch Tsangling gritted his teeth and ordered the various city gates to post notices saying that they were willing to pay compensation and withdraw from the World War. Knight Sorrow knew that the Tsangling Manor wouldn't be able to hold on if the martial war city was sealed. After receiving the news, Knight Sorrow greeted Qing Emperor and the rest. He decided to go to the Tsangling Manor and take care of as many people as he could. Knight Sorrow didn't want anyone to follow him. He wasn't afraid of Heavenly Monarch Tsangling. However, Sandalwood and Datura still followed him. When the three of them arrived at the Tsangling Manor, Heavenly Monarch Tsangling appeared. He cupped his hands and greeted the three of them before welcoming them into the manor. Commander Knight, the Tsangling Manor has also decided to withdraw from this world war. We won't stop the reincarnation world from attacking the Shenwu city. Heavenly Monarch Tsangling said. Stop them. Can you stop him? Sandalwood didn't stand on ceremony as she rebutted Heaven Monarch Tsangling. Haha, I have heard of the Blood Emperor's name. This is the 300,000 Saint Spirit Stones from the Tsangling Manor as an apology for attacking the reincarnation world. Heavenly Monarch Tsangling took out a storage ring and placed it on the table in front of Knight Sorrow. You are very well informed. However, the timing is not right. Is it okay for others to pay 300,000 Saint Spirit Stones? If the Tsangling Manor doesn't pay 300,000 Saint Spirit Stones, then we will fight. Knight Sorrow said coldly. Why? Heavenly Monarch Tsangling didn't understand. His face turned ugly. The timing is not right. You wanted to fight to the end. However, the Zhangwu dynasty sealed the city to protect themselves. You have no one to rely on. Therefore, you decided to withdraw. Now that you have no one to rely on, do I have to make all the decisions? Knight Sorrow's words became sharp. Speak. The third update has arrived. Chapter 14:12. Unseal. 600,000 is a little too much. Heavenly Lord Tsangling said bitterly. 700,000 then. Datura, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. I can't afford that. Heavenly Lord Tsangling looked at Datura in shock. Since you don't want face, how about 800,000 then? You can try to bargain. If you bargain one more time and lose 1 million Saint Spirit Stones, your Tsangling Manor will be destroyed. Datura's words were filled with killing intent. She didn't want to waste any more words with Heavenly Lord Tsangling. Heavenly Lord Tsangling didn't say anything. He was far from being a match for Huang Xiaolong. Just say it. Are you going to pay me 800,000 or not? Datura asked coldly. If he didn't pay up, she would fight him directly. Here. Heavenly Lord Tsangling sighed when he saw the battle intent on Datura's body. He didn't have any room to bargain. If he said anything else, Datura would attack. Datura and Heavenly Lord Shenhu were evenly matched. He naturally couldn't afford to offend Datura. What made him angry was that he had to pay 200,000 Saint Spirit Stones for talking too much. Heavenly Lord Tsangling took out another storage ring and passed it to Knight Sorrow. After checking it, Knight Sorrow nodded and made Heavenly Lord Tsangling swear that he would no longer participate in the World War. Only then did he leave with Datura and Sandalwood and return to the Blue Eagle Mountain. Knight Sorrow heaved a sigh of relief after passing the storage ring to Jun Xuanji for him to distribute it to the various legions. Currently, only the Zhanwu dynasty and Fortune Gate are left to go against us. There's a total of 4 powerhouses, so the pressure isn't that great. That's right. We can start the final battle at any time. When do you plan to act? Datura looked at Knight Sorrow and asked. Long time X free Q fee Z% look/say, there's no hurry. The world war can't end prematurely. Once it ends, many things can't be done. The Zhanwu dynasty actually doesn't want to fight anymore. The fact that they sealed the city proves this point. Once we take down the divine martial city, the world war will end. If we continue to fight, we won't be righteous. Knight Sorrow said. When are we going to take down the Fortune Gate? The things junior brother needs are there. Sandalwood said. Sandalwood of Knight's matters. She cared about Knight Sorrow's matters. We'll make our move after we gather enough information. I feel that all the other forces have retreated except for the Fortune Gate, so they must have some kind of confidence, but I don't know what kind of confidence they have. Yi Shan shook his head. Datura and Sandalwood didn't say anything else. Knight Sorrow's analysis was reasonable. The Fortune Gate's style was indeed more unyielding than the Zhanwu dynasty. The Zhanwu dynasty had sealed the city, but the Fortune Gate was still the same. All the other forces had retreated from the divine martial city, but they didn't. Confidence? Where did this confidence come from? Yi Shang was a little puzzled. If he couldn't figure it out, then he would wait. Yi Shang wasn't in a hurry either. At this time, in a large garden on the east side of Fortune City, Bai Taesong was sitting in the main seat, and below him were several old men. At this time, Bai Taiching was holding a wine glass in his hand and spinning it in his hand. Gate Master, everything is ready. As long as the reincarnation world's troops enter the divine martial city, we can start the battle. One of the old men said. He was the Fortune Gate's grand elder, Bai Taifeng. He was also the grandfather of Bai Yun, who had attacked Knight Sorrow in the Ice Dragon world. Good. All along, the Shenwu Great World had been dominated by the Zhanwu dynasty. This time, it will change completely. After we deal a heavy blow to the reincarnation world's allied forces, we will suppress the divine martial dynasty and become the #1 force in the Shenwu Great World. Bai Taesong drank the wine in his hand. At this time, Bai Taesong was wearing a golden armor called the Sky-Piercing Armor. It was obtained by Bai Taesong in the divine martial battling heaven. Its level surpassed that of a monarch artifact. It was an armor nurtured by the Shenwu Great World's origin. The weapon used by Knight Sorrow's clone in the Heaven Sealing Hall was made from the divine weapon Qi of the 9 domains origin. The reincarnation artifact also advanced through the divine weapon Qi. At that time, the 9 domains world's level was still relatively low. Therefore, it was nurtured by the king artifact. However, the Shenwu Great World was different. It was a treasure nurtured by the origin of the 9 domains world for countless years. Naturally, it was stronger. Knight Sorrow's reincarnation artifact had been nurtured in the divine sea while his main body was cultivating. It was already extremely sharp. The sky-piercing armor surpassed the top king artifact. It was a monarch artifact, but it was not a 9th grade monarch artifact. However, Bai Taesong had tested it himself. After he activated the sky-piercing armor, he could not break through its defense with his own weapons. Therefore, he was very confident. As for soul defense, he had cultivated a soul defense technique before. Therefore, he was very confident. Both his physical body and soul had an extremely strong defense, which could prevent a lot of damage. Moreover, he also had another defensive treasure, the Fortune Immortal Pavilion. After obtaining the sky-piercing armor, Bai Taesong had actually obtained the approval of the Shenwu Great World's origin. He could become the divine martial city's city lord at any time. However, he felt that the time was not ripe yet. Therefore, he did not provoke the heavenly monarch Shenhu. Although he was strong, the Zhanwu dynasty had 3 emperor lords. There was also the West River Heavenly Monarch who ran errands for them. If they fought to the death, it would not benefit the Fortune Gate. However, this time, Bai Taesung felt that the time was right. It was time for the Fortune Gate to rise and dominate the Shinwu Great World. Some of the methods that were originally prepared for the Zhanwu dynasty could now be used on the allied forces of the world of reincarnation. That was, he had set up a formation in the Divine Martial City. The formation had not been activated yet. It was the same in the Fortune City. There was also a killing formation. Both formations had not been activated. Bai Taesung would activate them wherever he felt that they were needed. The core of the formation was the Fortune Immortal Pavilion. In the Fortune Gate, and even in the entire Shinwu Great World, everyone only knew that Bai Taesung had a treasure. However, only Bai Taesung knew that he was helpless. The Fortune Immortal Pavilion had been by his side for a very long time, but it had never been able to recognize him as its master. It could only be used, but it could not be telepathically connected. This situation made Bai Taesung very confused. The Fortune Immortal Pavilion did not have a weapon spirit. It also did not have its own consciousness, but it rejected him. However, even if it could not recognize him as its master, it had still brought him great benefits. It had seized the fortune of heaven and earth, allowing him to cultivate from a saint king to a king, a monarch, and finally a giant. Looking at Bai Taesung in deep thought, Bai Taifeng and the others did not speak. After thinking for a while, Bai Taesung raised his head. You all get ready. If there is a situation, inform me immediately. Activate the formation. My defense is invincible. What can they do to me? Only I can kill them. Bai Taesung's face was filled with murderous intent. Night Sorrow had been sorting out the news every day. He was very puzzled. What exactly did he miss? Why was Bai Taesung so confident? There must be something that he did not know. Therefore, he was not anxious. If he did not investigate anything, he would not take action. Now that the overall situation was in the world of reincarnation, he had nothing to be afraid of. Qing Emperor and the others all supported Night Sorrow's steadiness. What they admired was Night Sorrow's steadiness and the overall situation. Speak. The fourth update is here. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1413. Unsealing expert. The leaders of the reincarnation world knew that the Fortune Gate had something that Night Sorrow desperately needed. Even so what? Night Sorrow was as steady as Mount Tai. He was waiting for the enemy to make a mistake. Many people in the Shinwu Great World didn't understand what was going on. They didn't know what the Fortune Gate and the reincarnation world's allied forces were up to. Based on the strength of the reincarnation world's allied forces, taking down the Fortune Gate and Divine Martial City would be as easy as flipping a hand. The Fortune Gate's side was also very strange. Their way of doing things was hard to understand. The Fortune Gate was very strong, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot from the reincarnation world's allied forces. Even so, the Fortune Gate stood firm. In the Heavenly Moon Pavilion, the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch was talking to Lin Qingyi. He was asking about the situation of the captives in the reincarnation world. Qingyi, since you've taken over the captives, you have to manage them well. If they revolt, the reincarnation world will blame it on us. We have an undeniable responsibility. The Three Suns Heavenly Monarch said. Lin Qingyi nodded. Master, I understand. The captives in the reincarnation world are closely related to the Heavenly Moon Pavilion. If they cause trouble, I'll be blamed. That's the same as dragging the Heavenly Moon Pavilion down. I know that some of them have avatars that will be affected by the Shinwu Great World. They might revolt. That's why I've invited 2 legions from the reincarnation world to surround the captives' camp. Whoever dares to cause trouble will only have themselves to blame. You're very insightful. The waters in the Shinwu Great World are still very murky. If you're not careful, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. Heavenly Monarch Shen, who is usually noisy, but the one who hides the deepest, is Bai Taesung. However, Night Sorrow of the reincarnation world isn't someone to be trifled with either. There will be an intense battle coming up, the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch said. Is Bai Te Song that powerful? Lin Qingyi asked in surprise. Yes, I suspect that he obtained great benefits in the Divine Martial Battle Hall. Back then, there was a battle armor in the Divine Martial Battle Hall, and many big shots went in to try it out. Back then, I went there as well. After I failed, Bai Te Song went. After that, I coincidentally made a breakthrough and planned to try again. However, the armor had already been cleared and taken away by someone. That person is most likely Bai Te Song, said the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch. That is to say, Bai Te Song's actual combat strength is even stronger than Heaven Lord Shinhu. Lin Qingyi's eyes were filled with astonishment. For countless years, Lord of Heaven Shenhu had been known as the #1 expert in Shenwu Great World. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu is the City Lord of Divine Martial City. Does he have the City Lord seal? No, Bai Te Song doesn't reveal himself. He might be the person who has the City Lord's seal of Divine Martial City. Of course, this is just my guess, said the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch. Master's guess is very likely to be true. If not, Bai Te Song wouldn't be so confident. It seems that the realm war in the world of reincarnation won't be so easy to win, said Lin Qingyi. It's hard to say. Everyone has their own trump cards. If you underestimate anyone, you will be the one at a disadvantage. Perhaps Bai Te Song is strong and has been hiding for many years to explode. However, the world of reincarnation has already been established. It won't be that easy to break through. Bai Te Song is also a despicable person. If he had the ability, he would have stood up earlier and led the Shenwu Great World to fight against the world of reincarnation. Perhaps the realm war would have been stabilized, but what about him? In pursuit of personal fame, he wants to turn the tide. It's hard to say what the outcome will be. The Three Suns Heavenly Monarch laughed coldly. He was one of the few people who knew about Bai Te Song. Let's wait and see who is the most ruthless. However, I still think that Night Sorrow has a higher chance of winning. The others are the commanders of the world of reincarnation's allied forces. It's hard to say what the outcome will be because the origin of the Shenwu Great World will affect them. However, Night Sorrow is a virtuous sage. The origin of the world can't just bully him, right? The origin of the world would rather lose the realm war than go against the heavenly Tao, said Lin Qingyi. That's the logic. Let's just wait and see. If we form an alliance with the Wolf King sect and the Lu family, we will be able to stabilize the situation. I think that Sangling Villa will make the same choice. No matter who has the upper hand, we don't care. My goal is to keep this place safe, said the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch. Lin Qingyi nodded her head. She had followed the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch for many years and understood him well. The Three Suns Heavenly Monarch didn't like to fight for power or fame. This time, he had only participated in the realm war because the origin of the Shenwu Great World had called for him. However, he ended up in a quagmire, and it was difficult for him to extricate himself from it. The Shenwu Great World had stabilized, and some of the powers had also stabilized. However, the atmosphere was still tense. The Divine Martial City and Fortune City were filled with killing intent. Everyone knew that the world of reincarnation's allied forces and the Fortune Gate were about to go all out. This made many people puzzled. However, no one was a fool. They all knew that the Fortune Gate must have some kind of trump card that could resist the world of reincarnation's allied forces. At the same time, many people were cursing. If the Fortune Gate had the ability, why didn't you come out earlier? You waited until the other powers were either destroyed or forced to retreat before coming out. Go! However, Bai Te Song didn't care. He sat in the Divine Martial City and waited for the world of reincarnation to attack. Night Sorrow placed his spies in the Divine Martial City and Fortune City. He wanted to find out what was going on. As long as he could win the realm war, Night Sorrow felt that time wasn't a problem. A month later, a member of the secret guards found some clues. He found traces of an array foundation in the divine martial city. In other words, he found an energy point. The array hadn't been activated yet. Knight Sorrow understood that Bai Taesong had set up a huge trap for the world of reincarnation's allied forces to jump into. The power of an array formation was unpredictable. No one dared to say what kind of power it could unleash. Knight Sorrow made a decision to break the array formation before it was activated. He wanted to break it silently. Knight Sorrow told the Qing Emperor and the others about his idea. Then, the Qing Emperor and Sandal followed Knight Sorrow. The Qing Emperor was very skilled in array formations. He could help Knight Sorrow solve some problems with the array formation. Sandal could help protect him. Sima Tianchang was also a high-level Heavenly Master Realm Array Master. However, he didn't cultivate the leakless true body. He couldn't hide his aura and would be detected in advance. When they reached the periphery of the divine martial city, Knight Sorrow and the Qing Emperor checked a few areas. They sensed the energy hidden underground. It's the Great Chaotic Heaven Array. It's mainly used for killing. The Qing Emperor looked at Knight Sorrow and said, I also feel that the killing aura of the array formation is very strong. Master, can we change the structure of the array formation without triggering it and make Bai Taesong's plan fail? Knight Sorrow asked. He didn't understand the Great Chaotic Heaven Array that the Qing Emperor mentioned. It's a big project. However, we have time. We can slowly break this array formation. By then, he will have one less trump card. The Qing Emperor said. Then, under the guidance of the Qing Emperor, Knight Sorrow followed the Qing Emperor. The two of them started to break the array. All of this happened without anyone noticing. Speak. First watch. Chapter 14:14. Unseal. Knight Sorrow, I don't think this is his only trump card. Other than the formation, he might have something else up his sleeve, so we have to be careful. The Qing Emperor reminded Knight Sorrow. Master, disciple will be careful. I won't underestimate anyone. Anyone who can cultivate to the level of a sky pillar is smart enough. If he dares to go against us, he must have some tricks up his sleeve that we don't know about. Therefore, even if disciple knows that a part of the Haotian divine pagoda is in his hands, I will still endure, said Yi Shang. As long as you can hold on, I can rest assured. The current situation is in our favor. Some forces have been sworn to not act recklessly before the end of the realm war. So, we can play it safe, Emperor Qing said. Knight Sorrow nodded. This was the main reason why he could stay calm. In the Shenwu Great World, only the Godly Tiger Dynasty and the Fortune Gate could go against the Reincarnation World's allied forces. In terms of strength, the Reincarnation World had the upper hand. The rest was a battle of wits, tactics, and strategies. Now that they had uncovered the Fortune Gate's trump card, there would be one less dangerous factor. Although it took a lot of effort to set up and break the formation, there were few concerns. However, it was difficult to change the structure of the formation. They had to be careful. It took Knight Sorrow and the Qing Emperor almost a month to change the Chaotic Heaven formation in the Shenwu City into the Nine Serenities Slaughtering God formation that Knight Sorrow and the Qing Emperor were familiar with. When changing the layout of the formation, Knight Sorrow and the Qing Emperor had many tricks up their sleeves. They changed the foundation of the previous Chaotic Heaven formation to that of the Nine Serenities Slaughtering God formation. Even the energy traction was changed. According to the previous activation method of the Chaotic Heaven formation, it would not be activated and there would be no reaction. After changing the structure of the formation, Knight Sorrow and the Qing Emperor specially set up a formation door. Only the formation door in a specific area could activate the Nine Serenities Slaughtering God formation. This was to prevent it from being activated randomly. Forever. Long time %free plus fee x/look d. After everything was settled, Knight Sorrow told Qing Emperor about his plans to visit Fortune City. Both the Divine Martial City and Fortune City were not in a defensive state. Since the Divine Martial City had a protective array, then the Fortune City should also have a protective array. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at Fortune City, he did some research. Just as Night Sorrow had predicted, there were also formations that had yet to be activated. Then, Night Sorrow and Qing Emperor began to change the array. During his free time, Night Sorrow went to the east side of Fortune City to check out the 8 Dragon Cauldrons location. Master, do you think this variable is the Fortune Immortal Pavilion? Disciple paid attention to the wild garden, and it was the same as Uncle Xian Dozi's divination. The only difference was that there was no starlight during the day, and the surrounding spirit chi was lacking. It should be because the Immortal Fortune Pavilion absorbed the spirit chi when it was operating, Night Sorrow said. I don't know how powerful the Heavenly Tao artifact is, but every Heavenly Tao artifact has unparalleled power. Why is Heavenly Monarch Shenhu so strong? Because his soul defense is unshakable. When magnate-level cultivators fight, their ultimate arts affect the soul. If they can't affect the soul, it's hard to kill them, Qing Emperor said. He didn't have the Heavenly Tao artifact, so some things were just guesses. If the variable is from the Fortune Immortal Pavilion, then when disciple wakes up from his enlightenment, I can fight with the pagoda of time and space. Since we're of the same origin, I might be able to restrain it. At the very least, I can interfere with the Fortune Immortal Pavilion's power, Night Sorrow said. This line of thinking is correct, but your enlightenment cannot be delayed. That's your future. Qing Emperor said. He was concerned about the realm war, but he was also concerned about his disciples' future. In his heart, Night Sorrow was going to enter the Heaven Pillar level, and nothing could be delayed. Master, when disciple cultivates in the pagoda of time and space, time is 20 times faster. The enlightenment won't last for too long. Even if it takes 10 years, it's only half a year in the real world, Night Sorrow said. Enlightenment was hard to come by, and cultivators hoped to enter it the most. Every enlightenment would be accompanied by a rapid increase in strength. Yishan's epiphany had been going on for quite some time, and it wasn't something that could be sustained continuously. A moment of enlightenment could be as short as an instant, and as long as 3 to 5 years. How could enlightenment last for a long time? When you're done with your enlightenment, bring the pagoda of time and space over. With your current strength, you can protect yourself. I'm not worried about that. Qing Emperor said with a smile. His disciple wasn't a magnate, but he had the strength of a magnate. He was very proud, and he was even looking forward to seeing what Night Sorrow would be like when he entered the magnate level. His eldest disciple, Zhan Tan, had just entered the Heaven Monarch realm, but she already had the strength of a top-notch Heaven Monarch. Qing Emperor estimated that when his youngest disciple entered the Heaven Monarch realm, he would be invincible in the world. Master, you don't have to worry about junior brother's strength. Even his doppelganger can fight against a magnate. If he and his doppelganger fight together, it will be very difficult for anyone to hurt him, Zhan Tan said with a smile. Yes, your junior brother has the world's origin energy to protect his soul. He also specializes in cultivating his body and has an impenetrable body. No one can hurt him just because they want to. Qing Emperor nodded. Senior brother, we want to fight side by side. When we take care of Heaven Lord Zhao Hua, let's fight together, Night Sorrow said. Alright, it's settled then. We'll let the world know of our strength. Let's see who dares to go against our Qing Emperor's dynasty in the future. We'll kill anyone who goes against us, Zhan Tan said. Ha! The two of you are Master's pride. Who in the world can be as good as Master? Qing Emperor laughed heartily when he saw the pride of his two disciples. After the three of them drank some wine, they continued to work. After half a month, Yishang and the Azure Emperor had also solved the Fortune City's array formation. They could activate it at any time. After doing all this, the three returned to the encampment in Blue Eagle Mountain. When the other Heaven Masters heard that Night Sorrow and Qing Emperor had fixed the Divine Martial City and Fortune City's array formations, they were very excited. Li Tianba even wanted to go out and fight. Brother Qing, I suspect that Bai Taisong has more than these two array formations. He might have other tricks up his sleeve, Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord said. Yes, so we can't be impulsive for now. Qing Emperor nodded. Night Sorrow, what do you think? Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord looked at Night Sorrow. Bai Te Song has the Fortune Immortal Pavilion. Everyone knows this, but no one knows the power of the Fortune Immortal Pavilion. I have the other part of the Haotian God's Pagoda, which is the Space-Time Pagoda. According to my deduction, the defensive power of the Space-Time Pagoda alone is terrifying. It might also have other functions. Therefore, I plan to wait for my main body to come out of seclusion and bring the Space-Time Pagoda to fight. We can use the Space-Time Pagoda to restrain his Fortune Immortal Pavilion. That will be the time for us to attack. No matter who it is, we can't know all their tricks. If we have a chance of winning, we can attack. Night Sorrow said. There's no 100% chance of winning a war. If you think it's possible, then let's fight. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you to the end. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord said. My main body's enlightenment is about to end. If my space-time pagoda can't restrain his Fortune Immortal Pavilion, I'll kill him even if I have to destroy the Fortune Immortal Pavilion. Night Sorrow's battle intent soared as he spoke. Speak. The second chapter has arrived. Thank you for unlocking yesterday's chapter. Chapter 14-15. Battle Intent Aura. Night Sorrow, this is Battle Intent Aura, not Killing Intent. Precious Fragrance Heaven Lord looked at Night Sorrow with some surprise. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Night Sorrow withdrew his aura. Regarding aura, many people have cultivated it before, but most of them are Killing Intent Aura. Your pure Battle Intent Aura without Killing Intent is very rare. Sima Tianqing said. The other big shots also nodded. When many people comprehended attribute willpower, they also comprehended sword and blade willpower, but it had nothing to do with aura. Many people wanted to comprehend aura because it was rumored that the control of the aura of the heavenly Tao was the gateway to the 9th rank. Night Sorrow's battle intent had already formed aura. Night Sorrow, you have a part of the heavenly Tao artifact, so you should know that the defense of the heavenly Tao artifact is very terrifying. It will be very difficult to break through its defense. Origin Tao Heavenly Lord said. I have the origin spirit, but it's just an incomplete heavenly Tao artifact. It can be broken. Night Sorrow said. Origin spirit. Night Sorrow's reincarnation was the origin spirit. Reincarnation had been nourished by the 9 domains origin spirit. Although it was a king's weapon, it was a weapon with the origin spirit. In the early stages, it had been baptized by the 9 domains origin spirit. In addition, it had been nourished by his own divine sea's soul force. Night Sorrow's reincarnation's attack power had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, the strength of the owner was also one of the factors that determined the strength of the attack. Everyone in the tent looked at Night Sorrow with some surprise because this was a trump card that Night Sorrow had never shown before. All along, Night Sorrow had only used his clone to fight. Very few people knew the strength of his main body. Night Sorrow, your clone was able to remain undefeated in front of the big shot Datura Chinensis. Your main body is stronger. You should have the title of Heavenly Lord, or even Emperor. Sima Tianqing said. Palace Lord, you're exaggerating. My original body is still in the midst of enlightenment. It will take some time for me to come out of seclusion. Night Sorrow clasped his hands towards everyone in the tent. It was only right for him to contribute to the realm war. He should sacrifice himself for the greater good. Night Sorrow felt that it was a little selfish to make everyone wait. It's not like we're in a crisis right now. Your future is also very important. In the world of cultivators, no one was willing to see powerful cultivators appear because they were a threat. However, you are a merit saint and a cultivator from the world of reincarnation. I am willing to see the cultivators from the world of reincarnation dominate the world, Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord said. Night Sorrow nodded. The Origin Dao Heavenly Monarch had the demeanor of an elder. The stability of the reincarnation great world requires everyone to maintain it. It also requires true experts to hold the fort. We are not strong enough now. Perhaps you will be able to do so in the future. Yuandao Heavenly Lord spoke again. Now that most of the forces in the reincarnation great world are here, let's talk about how to deal with the celestial sect. They are ultimately a black sheep and an unstable factor. The Red Emperor said. About this, all of you can discuss it. More than half of you feel that we should go to war, and I support that. Knight Sorrow also feels that we should go to war, and I support that as well. Yuandao Heavenly Lord said. Everyone else nodded. Yuandao Heavenly Lord was expressing his trust. Why did he trust him? Because Knight Sorrow was a merit saint. He wouldn't do things that went against his conscience. Every decision he made was based on the overall situation. Everyone was waiting. Bai Taesong was waiting for the reincarnation great world to attack, but the reincarnation great world's allied forces were also waiting. They were waiting for Knight Sorrow to come out of seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. Many forces couldn't see the situation clearly. For example, the Wolf King sect and the Tsangling Manor. No matter how strong the Fortune Gate was, the reincarnation great world's allied forces were suppressing them. However, the reincarnation great world's allied forces didn't move. However, the Three Sons Heavenly Lord had a different point of view. Master, what do you think the reincarnation great world's allied forces are doing? If they go to war, won't they win the world war? Lin Qingyi was a little confused. According to her impression of Knight Sorrow, this wasn't how he was supposed to be. If they go to war right away, it won't be easy to determine the outcome. However, as time passes, the reincarnation great world's chances of winning will increase. You have to know that in terms of strength, the reincarnation great world's allied forces are suppressing them. Bai Taesong is definitely relying on some devious arts. However, these devious arts are only temporary. As the commander of the reincarnation great world, if Knight Sorrow can stabilize the situation, then Bai Taesong's devious arts might be ineffective, the Three Sons Heavenly Lord said. It seems like this Knight Sorrow isn't simple. The Shinwu Great World's captives in the reincarnation great world rioted under the instigation of the Fortune Gate's captives. In the end, all the Fortune Gate's members were killed. That's quite ruthless, Lin Qingyi said. The reincarnation great world made the right choice in choosing him as their commander. He has both conciliatory and ruthless methods. Bai Taesong has gone overboard. If he had stood up from the start, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. The Three Sons Heavenly Lord snorted coldly. He was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. 2 months ago, outside the reincarnation great world's Black Fiend City, the Shinwu Great World's captives rebelled. The Green Qilin Legion, Green Phoenix Legion, and Qihua Legion that were stationed outside the city surrounded the captives. When Knight Sorrow received the news, he led the furious Qilin Legion back and directly killed the captives. King forever watch for free. Because of the instigation of the Fortune Gate's members, Knight Sorrow didn't spare a single one of the Fortune Gate's members. Knight Sorrow then asked Lin Qingyi to gather all the captives together. I'm very sorry. It was my mistake. I saved their lives, but I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Lin Qingyi looked at Knight Sorrow apologetically. Your intentions were good. You were able to inform our legion in time. You've done well. All of you, listen up. The reason why I didn't kill you was because I, Knight Sorrow, didn't want to kill too many people. However, if you cross my bottom line, I don't mind killing you. Senior brother Green Qilin, Qihua, you two guard this place. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them on sight. Knight Sorrow instructed. After dealing with the rebellion, Knight Sorrow's clone stayed on the Blue Eagle Mountain. Sometimes, he would go out for a walk. He was waiting for his main body to wake up from his meditation so that he could start the battle. On the other hand, the development of the situation was very unfavorable for the Fortune Gate. The various forces of the Shinwu Great World retreated from the Divine Martial City. It wasn't that they didn't want their foundations, but that they had withdrawn their battle forces. It was to express their attitude that they wouldn't stop the reincarnation Great World from attacking the Divine Martial City. Now that only the Fortune Gate's battle forces were in the divine martial city, they were naturally arrogant and despotic. Even if it wasn't by Taesong's intention, the Fortune Gate's disciples would still do so. The Fortune Gate's arrogance attracted the dissatisfaction of the various forces. These forces informed Knight Sorrow that they wouldn't stop the reincarnation Great World from attacking the divine martial city. After that, their battle forces once again entered the divine martial city and clashed with the Fortune Gate's members. The Fortune Gate's actions were nothing in Knight Sorrow's eyes, but in the eyes of the Shinwu Great World's forces, it was very annoying. Knight Sorrow was very happy to see such a situation. The Fortune Gate was in trouble, so Bai Taesong had to step in to solve it. It was impossible to solve it by force. Many forces had already formed an alliance. How could Bai Taesong kill them? Regardless of whether he could kill them or not, he would definitely expose his trump card. Speak. The third update has arrived. Chapter 14-16. This situation infuriated Bai Taesong greatly. He couldn't start a real war. If he didn't start a war, who could he intimidate? Who would give him face? The furious Bai Taesong could only restrain himself. He could only mobilize some of the Fortune City's troops to stabilize the situation. Whether it was the Fortune Gate or other forces that were unwilling to engage in a large-scale war, the matter of fighting for territory continued to happen. Generally speaking, there was a set of rules and regulations in the Divine Martial City, but after the destruction of the Martial God Temple and Poison King's Valley, many territories were empty. This was the root cause of the chaos. Everyone wanted territory, so competition was inevitable. Knight Sorrow smiled when he received the news from his spy. This situation was exactly what he wanted. Chaos. The more chaotic, the better. Every day, Knight Sorrow would meditate and cultivate. He could feel that his soul had changed greatly. It was a change that had occurred after he had been baptized by the power of reincarnation in the Yellow Springs River. He had become much more agile and could even be improved. He was no longer restricted by his original body. This was a good thing. Knight Sorrow felt that this would increase his clone's strength. A cultivator's clone was restricted by the main body. This was the law of heaven and earth, and it would never change. Knight Sorrow's situation wouldn't change this law, but it was a fact that his clone's strength was slightly stronger. Knight Sorrow left the Blue Eagle Mountain and went to the Divine Martial City and Fortune City to take a look. He was worried that Bai Taesong had discovered the changes in the formation. In fact, after leaving the matter of the formation to Bai Taesong and the others, Bai Taesong didn't ask about it anymore. After checking the formation, Knight Sorrow went to check the Fortune Immortal Pavilion's aura. After returning to the Blue Eagle Mountain, Knight Sorrow went to the God-slaying team's encampment to take a look. Latest news. Chapter 2. At this time, Datura came to Knight Sorrow's side. You're running around again. Next time when you go out, call me. Don't you know it's dangerous? Knight Sorrow laughed. Ah Luo, I'm not a rookie. I won't be killed by anyone. It's just that it won't be easy to hurt me. You might be right, but I'm worried about you going to Bai Taesong's territory. That Bai Taesong has been hiding all this time. It's obvious that he's a vicious person. Who knows what tricks he has up his sleeve. If he finds out about you, he will attack you at all costs, Datura said. Knight Sorrow nodded. I don't want my main body to wake up right now, but I also want it to. At this moment, Knight Sorrow was in a dilemma. If his main body didn't wake up, his strength would continue to increase. However, if he didn't wake up, he wouldn't be able to fight. I can understand what you're thinking. Let nature take its course. You've been in an epiphany for some time, right? Datura asked. It's been 4 months in the real world. It's been 7 years in the time acceleration. It's been a long time, Knight Sorrow said. 7 years. If you've been in an epiphany for 7 years, your cultivation of will increase greatly, Datura said. I don't know. When my main body is in an epiphany, my soul is sealed. I can't communicate with my doppelganger. I can only wake up when I'm in an epiphany, Night Sorrow said. I'm looking forward to it. Every time the will of the heavens increases in the monarch realm, there will be some increase in power. In these 7 years, your will should have deepened a lot. If you're lucky, you might become a mid-level monarch, Datura said with a smile. Maybe. In principle, the reincarnation world's origin is insistent. However, it's really helpful in my comprehension of will. The display of will is very strong and it's in various forms. It's very helpful for my comprehension, Night Sorrow said. He knew some things. You're a merit saint. This has an impact on the origin of the world. Moreover, after you appeared, you brought many benefits to the reincarnation world. After you appeared, the reincarnation world became stable, Datura said. But after I appeared, I went through a lot of killing. Many people died. Night Sorrow shook his head. There were a few wars. However, in fact, those were all twists and turns on the road of development. If a big tree wants to grow smoothly, the crooked branches have to be cut off. No matter what you go through, as long as your starting point is right, there's nothing wrong. Sometimes, killing is a way to benefit the world, Datura said. Actually, I didn't think too much about it. I just did what I was supposed to do. However, along the way, my foundation of virtue has grown stronger and stronger, Yishan said with a smile. He felt that he was very lucky. Now, you're still lacking a little because you're only a merit saint in the reincarnation world. When you become a merit saint, you'll be a merit saint in the world, Datura said with a smile. As a woman, she naturally wanted to see her husband achieve success. Furthermore, Night Sorrow's achievements had come in an upright and majestic manner. Night Sorrow nodded. There was a watershed between the merit saint and the merit saint. It was like the watershed between the sage king and the king. Taking this step was breaking through the rules. From the sage king realm to the king realm, the rules of heaven and earth were the lifespan limit. From the merit saint to the merit saint, the rules of heaven and earth were the rules of the world. No matter which world the merit saint went to, the merit effect would exist. Because the power of merit was profound, it was recognized by the heavenly way. Whether it was in a small world or a group of worlds, it was not easy to accumulate merit to become a merit saint. The righteousness of one's heart was confirmed and tempered. Therefore, the heavenly way would recognize it. After chatting with Datura for a while, Night Sorrow's state of mind calmed down a lot. The Shinwu Great World was chaotic, so he would observe the situation. If it was really necessary to fight, he would shake the soul of his doppelganger and let his main body wake up to participate in the battle. Time passed steadily. During this time, Wu Lingfei, Xikong Chuyu, Aoi, Yang Lei, Xueshi, and the others all came to see Night Sorrow. They were worried about Night Sorrow, but Night Sorrow did not let them stay in the Shinwu Great World because it was not safe enough. One day in the 6th month, when Night Sorrow was making tea, the aura on his body changed. The space-time will around him was very strong, and the purple halo on his body was also rippling. This made Jun Xuanji, who was sorting out the information in the tent, change his expression drastically. He quickly retreated because the suppression was too strong. Night Sorrow closed his eyes and felt the situation in his body. The will of nothingness was 94%, which was just enough to enter the intermediate monarch rank. If the will of nothingness entering the intermediate monarch rank was within Night Sorrow's expectations, then the increase of the will of time and space was beyond his expectations. Samsara Palace showed Night Sorrow 3 kinds of will, which was the combination of the will of nothingness, the will of time, and the will of space. In the state of epiphany, Night Sorrow's soul was empty and receptive. Therefore, when the will of nothingness was promoted, the will of time and space also entered the monarch rank. Night Sorrow's 7th talent bloodline energy point under the dragon bone on his back exuded a strong will of space, but it had not been fully activated yet. But at this time, the energy point exuded a strong will of space. Could it only be activated when the will of time and space is perfected? Night Sorrow did not understand. Say the 4th update is here. Today's update is complete. Chapter 14-17. Unsealed. Night Sorrow couldn't ask anyone about the bloodline energy points he had. He was the only one in the Night clan who had 7 bloodline energy points. Who could he ask? However, Night Sorrow felt that this was a good thing. If it wasn't fully activated, it meant that there was still potential. Void Intent, low-level space attribute, and low-level time attribute. This was Night Sorrow's current strength. Night Sorrow felt good. The advancement of time attribute had increased his body's defense. The advancement of space attribute had increased his speed. The advancement of true chi attribute and void attribute was a fundamental improvement. It increased his attack power and soul power. Without time to refine the soul cultivation liquid, Night Sorrow's body flashed out of the space-time pagoda. At this time, the world of reincarnation's original body also appeared. Amazing. This is an evaluation that I have to give. He is also the fastest cultivator that I know of, said the world of reincarnation's original body. Senior, thank you for your support. Night Sorrow can understand your preferential treatment for me. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards the world of reincarnation's original body. You have to work hard to separate yourself. Why are you coming out? Do you want to relax? The world of reincarnation's original body asked. No. My original body wants to bring the space-time pagoda to fight with the opponent. The opponent's fortune pavilion might be a part of the Hautian godly pagoda. The space-time pagoda might be able to counter it. Night Sorrow said. You are the commander of the realm war. You won the most important battle. To the world of reincarnation, you have done a great service. I should help you. The world of reincarnation's original body can nurture the heavenly artifact. However, I am a little special. I have been strengthening the reincarnation palace. Therefore, I don't have the heavenly artifact for you. However, I can help you strengthen your weapon. Your weapon reincarnation has a reincarnation stone at the tip. It matches my will and original attribute. The reincarnation palace's original body said. Thank you, Senior. Let's talk about this later. I am going to participate in the realm war now. I can't do it without a weapon. Night Sorrow said. Nurturing weapons took a long time. Back then, the 9 domains world had helped him nurture them for a few years. If he wanted to fight, Samsara was indispensable, so he did not have the time. I've told you that I don't have the artifact of Heavenly Way, but I still have some other abilities. Give me the weapon. It won't take up too much of your time, the source of Samsara Palace said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Night Sorrow took out the Samsara sword and handed it to the Samsara origin. The origin of the world of reincarnation took reincarnation and disappeared. Night Sorrow knew that he had more capital now. Reincarnation itself was the origin god. If the origin of the world of reincarnation strengthened his weapon, it would be even sharper. Just a moment later, the origin of Samsara Palace appeared, holding Night Sorrow's Samsara in its hand. It's already between level 8 and level 9. There's no opportunity to enter level 9. Otherwise, it would be a level 9 Emperor grade weapon. The origin of Samsara Palace threw Samsara in front of Night Sorrow. Holding Samsara, Night Sorrow felt it and felt that the tip of Samsara seemed to have changed. You don't understand. What is Samsara stone? It's a strange stone with the energy of life and death. It's the energy that dominates life and death. It's just that it's not strong enough. I just strengthened it for you. In the future, as long as your energy is released from Samsara, it can kill the opponent's body and hurt the opponent's soul, the origin of Samsara Palace said. Night Sorrow was stunned. This was not the same level as before. I just strengthened the blade for you. I didn't change the structure, the origin of Samsara Palace said. So fast. Night Sorrow's hand that was holding Samsara shook, and Samsara fell into the sleeve behind him. Because there's a space in Samsara Palace where time stops. That's the limit of the will of time. Okay, you can go now. The origin of Samsara Palace nodded. Night Sorrow put away the space-time pagoda and flashed out of Samsara Palace. Then, he rushed toward the teleportation formation. After teleporting once, Night Sorrow appeared in the Commander-in-Chief's tent in the military camp of Blue Eagle Mountain. Then, he merged with his doppelganger. At this time, Datura appeared in Night Sorrow's tent. Then, the other Sky Masters also appeared. "You're out." Datura looked at Night Sorrow and asked. "Why did she come?" "Because the opportunity of a strong expert appeared. The power she carried was at the level of a Sky Master. I just came out." Night Sorrow nodded. "Very strong." Lord of Heaven Yuandao nodded at Night Sorrow. Because the power that Night Sorrow carried was almost the same as theirs. Fortunately, the enlightenment this time was good. "My luck is quite good," Night Sorrow said with a smile. "How can you rely on luck in cultivation?" Hard work, Sima Tianqing said. "You just came out. Familiarize yourself with your cultivation first. We can talk about the battle later," Lord of Heaven Yuandao said. Then, the group left. Night Sorrow familiarized himself with his cultivation in the tent. Cultivation was not equal to combat power. Cultivation was the foundation of high combat power. At this time, in the tent where the Sky Masters usually meditated and chatted, everyone was chatting. They were all in high spirits. Suppression. I can feel suppression coming from Yishang's body. It's suppression everywhere, the Crimson Emperor said. Yes. The majestic aura rippled in all directions. His strength is not as simple as being able to protect himself in front of the Sky Masters. Sima Tianqing expressed his feelings. Brother Qing, time and space aren't Night Sorrow's original attributes, right? Lord of Heaven Yuandao looked at Qing Emperor. Lord of Heaven Yuandao was the Lord of Time. Other than the supreme attribute, he couldn't suppress it. However, he was suppressed by Night Sorrow's aura. Qing Emperor glanced at the Sky Masters in the tent. I'm not deliberately hiding it from everyone. I'm responsible for Night Sorrow. Originally, I didn't plan to leak it before he had the ability to protect himself. Now that Night Sorrow is a mid-level monarch, his ability to protect himself is more than enough. I'll tell everyone. Night Sorrow has the supreme attribute. Usually, he uses the time and space attributes to hide. Hearing Qing Emperor's words, Sima Tianqing and the others looked at each other. Update: 9-inch. When he killed the War Tiger Prince's main body, I felt that it was very strange. At that time, the purple halo burst out, and the aura was suppressed. At that time, I thought it was the effect of the virtuous body. Now, I can confirm that it wasn't the destruction attribute. Could it be the void attribute that rarely appears? Lord of Heaven Precious Fragrance looked at Qing Emperor and asked. Yes. Qing Emperor nodded. Qing Emperor, you have sharp eyes. You can discover a cultivator with the supreme attribute and even accept him as a disciple. Red Emperor looked at Qing Emperor with envy. It's not like that. I found out later. Qing Emperor explained. Discovering first and accepting first were two different things. Speak. First update. Chapter 14:18. Unsealed. That's because you're lucky, said the Red Emperor. Lord Ruler, what was the situation when you married him? Lord of Precious Fragrance looked at Datura. I knew that he had the supreme attribute, but it was hard to make a choice. None of us would allow an opponent with the supreme attribute to grow. At that time, the Dark Abyss and the Qing Emperor's dynasty were at war. If we captured him, killing him would destroy a talent. If we didn't kill him, he might become an uncontrollable opponent. Therefore, I couldn't make a choice. At that time, Datura opened up beside the Yellow Spring River in the Dark Abyss. You all know what that meant. Therefore, I made the decision to marry him. Datura explained her situation in a low voice. She was very satisfied with her current life and felt that she had managed her relationship well. The strongest cultivators in this era are not only from the reincarnation Great World, but also from the Black-Yellow Great World and the Shinwu Great World, said Lord of Heavenly Tao. Night Sorrow shocked everyone. Not only did he have a suppressive aura, but he also had a rolling momentum of heaven and earth. The suppressive aura came from the suppression of attributes. The rolling momentum of heaven and earth came from the light of merit of the merit saint. Night Sorrow stayed in the tent and sensed his own situation. This was a necessary step after advancing. After nearly 7 days, Night Sorrow walked out of the tent. At this time, his aura was very calm. He was still a refined young man. His aura and momentum were completely restrained and hidden in his body. This was the effect of not revealing his true body. Night Sorrow entered the tent of the Qing Emperor and the others. Everyone stood up and cupped their hands. This was a sign of respect. In the past, everyone was polite to Night Sorrow because Night Sorrow was the commander and needed Night Sorrow to command the battle. Therefore, they were polite to him. At the same time, it was also a sign of support for the younger generation. But now, it was different. Everyone respected him, and it was the respect of those who cultivated at the same level. A few days ago, when Night Sorrow's main body had arrived, the aura he carried had made everyone feel pressured. There's no need to be so courteous. Everyone, please take a seat. Night Sorrow cupped his hands in return. I'm very happy to see you like this. It's not strange for a Sky Master magnate to have the battle strength of a magnate, but for a monarch to have such battle strength, it's a treasure. Sima Tianqing said. You flatter me. Now, let's discuss whether we should take the Divine Martial City or Fortune City first. Night Sorrow asked after sitting down. Which city do you prefer to take first? Qing Emperor looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Right now, the Divine Martial City is still a little chaotic. Disciple feels that we should take down Fortune City first. Once we take down Fortune City, the chaotic forces in the Shinwu Great World will retreat. Night Sorrow voiced his thoughts. Okay, it's up to you. Qing Emperor nodded. The world war is coming to an end. Li Tianba muttered. Next, there are a few unstable factors that I will talk about here. First, the Divine Tiger Dynasty might ally with the Fortune Gate. In other words, during the battle, the other side's 3 heavenly monarchs might appear. We must be mentally prepared for this. Yi Shan said. After we attack, can't we just destroy their transmission array first? Li Tianhu said. Are they stupid? Every time we attacked, we destroyed their transmission array first. Their alliance must be prepared for this. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Sky Tiger Valley Master, don't talk anymore. Your thinking will affect Night Sorrow. We will all be tricked. Misty Rain said. Li Tianhu nodded awkwardly. He also felt that he was taking things for granted. After becoming a Sky Master, many of his habits had changed. Some problems were solved by force. He had no idea when it came to battles of wits or strategies. Arrange the battle strategy in advance. Divine Tiger Lord, Aluo, you have battle experience. Block him. Second Emperor, who's going? Night Sorrow asked. Second Emperor, I'll do it. Sima Tianqing said. Then, Third Emperor, I'll do it. Li Tianba said. Tianba and Tianhu, the 2 Valley Masters will deal with the Third Emperor. He doesn't have any battle avatars, so it shouldn't be difficult to kill him. Sima Manor Master and Precious Fragrance Heavenly Monarch, go kill the Second Emperor. Master's wife, support A Luo. When the Lightning Fire Heavenly Monarch comes, Master will block him. As for that Bai Te Song, I'll test his strength. Senior Brother, Heavenly Monarch Yuan Dao will support the formation. Night Sorrow arranged. What about me? Why is it my business? Red Emperor was a little unwilling. Yes, if anyone wants to run, Lord Red Emperor will be in charge of intercepting them. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Good, that's more like it. Red Emperor nodded with a smile. If you can kill them quickly, kill them quickly. This can quickly change the situation of the battle. Night Sorrow said. We don't know what trump cards Bai Te Song has, so we have to be careful. Here are the glazed golden pills, which can prevent all negative effects. Everyone, take one. Night Sorrow took out a bottle of glazed golden pills and placed it on the table in the middle of the tent. This pill is a treasure. I've heard of it. Red Emperor took out a glazed golden pill and said. Of course it's a treasure. Night Sorrow spent a lot of effort on the ingredients for this pill. Datura said. We know. When the battle is over, we'll send the gift. Money Grubber. Precious Fragrance Heavenly Monarch glanced at Datura. Alright, everyone get ready. Tomorrow, we'll fight. Night Sorrow made the decision. Night Sorrow also returned to his tent. He took out the reincarnation sword and gently wiped it. He knew that the battle in the Shinwu Great World was coming to an end. After the Fortune Gate was dealt with, only the Zhanwu dynasty would be left. Night Sorrow wasn't afraid of the Zhanwu dynasty because their strength was on the surface. As long as they dealt with the Fortune Gate, they could go to the Martial War City to break the formation. It wasn't difficult. After resting for a while, Night Sorrow organized the troops. This time, he didn't plan to bring everyone. He only called for the furious Qilin army and all the sovereigns in the army. This time, it would be an elite battle. Night Sorrow first brought Xian Daozi to the outskirts of the Divine Martial City. Uncle Xian Daozi, this is the 9 Netherworld Slaughtering God Formation's entrance. If there are any changes, immediately activate the formation. Night Sorrow said to Xian Daozi when they arrived at the 9 Netherworld Slaughtering God Formation's entrance. Forever free of charge, SV check square root, rest assured, Your Highness, this subordinate will definitely complete the mission. Xian Daozi bowed to Night Sorrow. In the past, Night Sorrow was a junior. Now, he was an expert that he had to respect. Good, then let's go to war. After returning to the Blue Eagle Mountain, Night Sorrow led a group of big shots, sovereigns, and the furious Qilin army to start the teleportation. Only one army's teleportation speed was extremely fast. They finished the teleportation in a short while. Let's go, the time to decide victory has arrived. Night Sorrow led his people and flew towards the Fortune City after exiting the formation. Speak. The second chapter has arrived. Thank you Old Bro and Dr. L for unblocking yesterday's chapter. In order to have an environmentally friendly chat platform, we have to eliminate some hidden accounts. At the same time, we have to pave the way for the fan club. Now, the core group is accepting people. The requirement to join the group is to have enough fan points, which is to spend 188 renminbi on the book. If you meet the requirement, you can send a private message to an N or Shizi. After sending a picture as proof, you will be added to the group. Every once in a while, the core group will send gifts to fans who have reached a certain number of fan points. The higher the fan points, the more gifts you will receive. Of course, the gifts are all meaningful. Chapter 14:19. While flying, Night Sorrow waved his arm and threw out a Holy Spirit stone, activating the 9 Nether Slaughtering God formation. He then led the group towards the Fortune City's Castellan Manor. Bai Te Song, who was meditating in a pavilion in the Wild Garden, suddenly felt the energy in the city change, becoming more oppressive. His body shook, and a golden armor covered his body. Bai Te Song held a long sword in his right hand and dashed out of the pavilion. After exiting the pavilion, Bai Te Song waved his arm, and the shining pavilion shrunk, then floated above his head and flew towards the Castellan Manor. While flying, Bai Te Song used the concentric crystal to communicate with Heavenly Monarch Shinhu, asking for help. He wasn't afraid of the Reincarnation World's allied forces. His original plan was to use the Chaos Heaven Grand Formation to trap the Reincarnation World's forces, and then use the Zhanwu Dynasty and Fortune Gate's forces to slowly chip away at them to win the World War. Now that there seemed to be a problem with the formation, Bai Te Song could only protect himself. He felt that as long as he didn't lose, the Fortune City would be safe. If he didn't lose, who would dare to stay in the Fortune Gate's territory and be killed by him one by one? When Bai Taesung arrived at the Castellan Manor, Knight Sorrow and his group had also arrived. You dare to attack? You're courting death. Bai Taesung's body shook, and the golden armor shone brightly. Origin armor. The 9 regions' origins in Knight Sorrow's spirit sea informed Knight Sorrow because it could feel the origin energy above it. Knight Sorrow, the treasure floating above his head is the missing part of me. I want to take it back, I must take it back. Shao Kong was excited. Does it have an artifact spirit? Knight Sorrow communicated with Shao Kong through their souls. No, it doesn't have an artifact spirit, and it hasn't recognized an owner. It's just a formation activated by the other party's soul force. I will control it later, and as long as you can take it back, I will merge with it, and then it will be complete. Shao Kong was very excited. What I need you to do later is to restrain that thing for me. I will kill, and you will steal. Knight Sorrow communicated with Shao Kong. If you want to turn the tide, you must be qualified. Knight Sorrow coldly snorted after communicating with Shao Kong. I have the qualifications. Come and fight. Bai Taicheng waved the long sword in his hand and looked coldly at Yi Shang and the others. You're too arrogant. Li Tianba was enraged. He waved his sword and charged towards Bai Taicheng. At this moment, the people from the Xinhu dynasty had not arrived yet. He had no opponent. Then, I'll kill you first. Bai Taesung didn't dodge. He rushed forward and waved his left hand. The Fortune Immortal Pavilion above his head expanded, and the will of heaven and earth appeared to suppress him. Shameless boasting. Li Tianba was very angry. He directly slashed his sword at Bai Taesung's head. At this time, Bai Taesung did something that surprised everyone. He didn't dodge, but twisted his body slightly to avoid his head, and used his shoulder to block Li Tianba's sword. As Li Tianba's sword and Bai Taesung's armor clashed, an intense golden light exploded. At this time, Bai Taesung's long sword flew up diagonally, and a sword light slashed at Li Tianba's body. Everyone's expression changed. The Origin Dao Heavenly Monarch who was closest to Li Tianhu spun his left hand, and an energy vortex appeared. Origin Dao Heavenly Monarch was fast, but Bai Taesung's sword Qi was faster. It directly cut off Li Tianba's right shoulder and right arm. Strong. Bai Taesung's performance was very strong. He took Li Tianba's attack head-on and came out unscathed. This didn't make sense. The fact was right in front of everyone's eyes. There was no room for doubt. This was Bai Taesung's trump card. Knight Sorrow took a step forward, blocking Bai Taesung's path. Knight Sorrow, be careful. Misty Rain, who had destroyed the transmission array together with the precious fragrance Heavenly Monarch, said. Junior brother, let senior brother have a go first. Sandalwood raised his sword and stood in front of Knight Sorrow. Today, this seat will be here. Let's see who can do it. Attacking my fortune gate, you guys are very bold. From today onwards, this seat will take revenge until you can't take it anymore. Ha! If you want the World War to go smoothly, just wait for your loss. Bai Taesung waved his long sword and slashed towards Sandalwood. J only V is genuine %, F others are all Z. Pirated Sandalwood took a step forward, and the murderous aura on his body exploded. He then slashed his sword towards Bai Taesung. Bai Taesung waved his long sword and began to fight. He didn't defend, but attacked with all his might. He also controlled the Fortune Immortal Pavilion to suppress Sandalwood. Passive. Sandalwood was very passive. Bai Taesung could choose not to defend, but he couldn't. There was a fundamental difference between fighting someone who didn't defend. No. His defense is too strong. It can't be broken. Qing Emperor's face was solemn. The situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Master, that's an Origin Divine artifact. It's a defensive treasure born from the Xinwu Great World's origin energy. Knight Sorrow said, but his eyes didn't leave the battlefield. Sandalwood and Bai Taesung exchanged blows in the air. However, Sandalwood was on the defensive. His sword lights were ineffective against Bai Taesung. Heavenly Blood Setting Sun Slash. Sandalwood roared and used his ultimate move. Bai Taesung dashed forward, ignoring Sandalwood's ultimate move. At the same time, he slashed a sword light towards Sandalwood at an extremely fast speed. Sandalwood, retreat! Qing Emperor shouted. However, Qing Emperor was a little too late. Sandalwood's ultimate move didn't affect Bai Taesung's soul. It only slowed down Bai Taesung. The sword light still penetrated Sandalwood's right chest and came out from his back. On the other hand, Bai Taesung was only pushed back a little by Sandalwood's sword light. Knight Sorrow rushed to the battlefield in a flash. He grabbed Sandalwood with his left hand and retreated to a safe place. "Senior brother, how are you?" Knight Sorrow asked. "He's fine. He hasn't bled for many years. I made an exception today. His tortoise shell is very hard." Sandalwood shook his body and took off his battle armor. He wiped the blood on his chest with his left hand and said, "Whoever wants to come at me together. You guys changed the array formation of Fortune City. I don't want Fortune City anymore. I'll kill to stop killing. I'll kill until you guys submit." Bai Taesung laughed heartily. After injuring the two leaders of the reincarnation world, he was extremely excited. He was sure that his strategy was right. As long as he didn't lose, as long as he continued to kill, he could turn the tide and change the outcome of the world war. At this moment, 3 people flew out of the Castellan Manor. It was Lord Shenhu and the other 2. It seems like today's battle can solve the problem of the world war. Bai Taesung, come at me. I want to see how strong you are. Knight Sorrow took a few steps forward with Samsara in his hand. Ha! Is there no one else in the reincarnation world? Even an sovereign can fight. How can you guys fight a world war like this? Bai Taesung waved his sword and laughed as he looked at the group of people from the reincarnation world. I, Knight Sorrow, am only an sovereign. However, I'm willing to be the pawn of the reincarnation world. Knight Sorrow said. Speak. Third Watch. Chapter 1420. Knight Sorrow. Datura was a little worried. He took 2 steps towards Knight Sorrow. Of Luo, no one can stop me on my path. I will kill anyone who tries to stop me. It's him now. Do what I told you to do. Knight Sorrow waved his left hand and blocked Datura behind him. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Bai Taesung waved his battle sword and charged towards Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow's feet trembled. His body shot out 30 feet, and he waved his samsara to block. With a loud explosion, Yishang's body retreated to his original position. Bai Taiching did the same, returning to his original position. Both of them returned to their original positions, but the distance they retreated was completely different. Knight Sorrow retreated 30 feet. However, Bai Taesung retreated 70 feet. In this clash, Bai Taesung was at a complete disadvantage. Knight Sorrow carried his samsara and walked to the position where he had attacked. Perhaps your armor is very strong, but it is not invincible. I want to try. Calm and composed. At this moment, Knight Sorrow was very calm. He was like this. The more crucial the moment, the calmer he would be. With the invincible golden body of merits and his body cultivated to the peak of the invincible body, Knight Sorrow's strength was not something Bai Taesung could compare to. Just by relying on his body, Knight Sorrow could fight against a monarch. The armor is very strong. Let me tell you, this is the sky armor. It is the origin armor. It is unbreakable. Go to hell. Bai Taesung waved his sword again and charged towards Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow waved his sword. He wanted to test Bai Taesung's attack power. Another explosion rang out, and Bai Taesung was forced back again. He was at an absolute disadvantage in a head-on clash. Since he would not be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash, Night Sorrow waved his hand and began to attack, suppressing Bai Taicheng. This was because every time their weapons clashed, Bai Taicheng would be repelled. After repelling Bai Taicheng, Night Sorrow quickly advanced and then attacked again. How did this happen? Night Sorrow is so strong now. Li Tianba's right hand had already regenerated, but his complexion was not very good. After all, he had lost his blood. Night Sorrow's body is tough and he has an absolute advantage in terms of strength. Therefore, you and the Blood Emperor will not be in a passive situation, Lord of Heaven Yuan Dao said. Why are you still standing there? Kill these three. At this moment, Datura was enraged. He waved his hollow blade towards Heaven Lord Shenhu. The others followed the original plan and rushed towards Heaven Monarch Shenhu and the other two. Let's go. Heaven Lord Shenhu roared. Following which, the battle blade in his hand slashed vertically and horizontally. Waves of blade aura shot out, stopping Datura and the others from approaching. He then threw out a few arrayed discs and 2 jade bottles. The moment the jade bottles flew out, they exploded. Black smoke. Within the black smoke, there were silver-threaded worms. Retreat. Those are soul-devouring silver worms. Qing Emperor roared. Following which, he waved his sword and tore the space apart. Energy wrapped around the black smoke and silver worms were sent into the space. Update. Fastest Z. The others also helped. At the same time, they executed spatial banishment and banished the black smoke and soul-devouring silver worms into the space crack. Ah Luo, don't chase. Night Sorrow shouted at Datura, who was about to give chase. Although Datura was unwilling to let Heaven Lord Shenhu and the other two escape, he still listened to Night Sorrow's words and stopped. After dealing with the dark poisonous smoke and soul-devouring silver worms, the leaders of the reincarnation world floated in the air and watched Night Sorrow and Bai Taisong fight. Night Sorrow and Bai Taisong were fighting head-on. Night Sorrow didn't defend himself. Instead, he swung his reincarnation sword and blocked every attack. As long as their weapons clashed, Bai Taisong would be sent flying. Even if he didn't defend himself, he couldn't do anything to Night Sorrow who didn't defend himself. Night Sorrow and Bai Taisong continued to fight in the air. The fight was very intense. After blocking Bai Taisong, Night Sorrow didn't use his ultimate move. He didn't even attack. He was looking for an opportunity to kill. Bai Taisong was very annoyed. Night Sorrow was very strong. He couldn't restrain himself. Instead, he was restrained. No matter how he attacked, Night Sorrow would take it head-on. Night Sorrow countered his attacks with an action. Bai Taisong's willpower, rules, and attributes couldn't suppress Night Sorrow. In the face of Night Sorrow's overbearing strength, he couldn't do anything. Damn it! Damn it! Bai Taisong was furious that he couldn't take down Night Sorrow. If he couldn't take down Night Sorrow, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. After cursing, Bai Taisong's body swayed. His clone appeared and attacked Night Sorrow together with his original body. He wanted to find a flaw in Night Sorrow's defense and kill Night Sorrow. Do you only have your clone? I want to see how you're going to kill me today. Night Sorrow's body surged with energy. His clone appeared with Sky Splitter. It was the protective energy of the Dragon Cauldron. Fighting in pairs, fighting in pairs, fighting in pairs, fighting in pairs, fighting in pairs. Yi Shang and Bai Taicheng's original bodies and doppelgangers flew through the air. Night Sorrow used his old tactic. He planned to drag it out as long as he could. He relied on his physical strength to fight and didn't consume much energy. Commander, what if you don't use your ultimate move? Li Tianba was a little anxious. Don't talk. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord turned and glanced at Li Tianba. Suppress. At this moment, Bai Taisong roared. He controlled the Fortune Immortal Pavilion, which was originally protecting his head, to press down on Night Sorrow. I've been waiting for you for a long time to play with this. Little Sky, come. Night Sorrow's soul force burst forth to assist Little Sky. After leaving Night Sorrow's body, Little Sky instantly became as tall as the clouds. Then, a door at the bottom opened. An energy whirlpool appeared and pulled the Fortune Immortal Pavilion into the space-time pagoda like a tornado. Ah! What are you doing? The Fortune Immortal Pavilion was restrained and pulled out of control. Bai Taesung was anxious because it was his supreme treasure to assist in cultivation. At this moment, Night Sorrow's original body's aura changed drastically. He directly used the Great Emperor Reincarnation Slash. His clone also used the Great Death Annihilation Slash. Two absolute arts with completely different attributes. Sima Tiancheng's eyes widened. The others didn't have time to sigh because Night Sorrow and Bai Taesung had reached the critical moment to determine the winner. Go to hell. Bai Taesung didn't dodge at all. He waved his long sword and stabbed towards Night Sorrow's chest. Bai Taesung was confident because even a Heaven Master couldn't break through his defense. Night Sorrow was a monarch. So what if he had great strength? His attack power was still at the monarch level. Their weapons hit each other at the same time. Penetrate. Bai Taesung's longsword stabbed into Night Sorrow's body. However, it only pierced a part of Night Sorrow's body before it was blocked by the energy and flesh in Night Sorrow's body. Night Sorrow's reincarnation directly pierced through Bai Taesung's chest. The invincible defense of the Tong Tian battle armor was penetrated by Night Sorrow's reincarnation. It was hard to say whether the Origin God or the Origin God armor was stronger. However, Night Sorrow used the void energy. At the last moment, he used the Great Emperor Reincarnation Slash, which contained the essence of void energy, and pierced through the Tong Tian battle armor. Speak. Fourth update. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1421. After injuring each other with their weapons, Night Sorrow and Bai Taesung punched each other with their left hands. Then, the two of them were separated by the sputtering energy. Bai Taesung's golden armor turned blood red. His chest was dyed red with blood, and his face turned pale. This was because Samsara had the ability to attack the soul. After separating, Night Sorrow rushed forward. His original body and clone continued to attack Bai Taesung. At this time, the space-time pagoda was controlling the Immortal Creation Pavilion and pulling it inside. Night Sorrow naturally wouldn't give Bai Taesung the chance to react. Void Extreme Kill. Space Revolving Dragon Kill. Night Sorrow's original body and clone used their mystic skills and attacked Bai Taesung's original body. He wanted to kill Bai Taesung's original body. Bai Taesung was very shocked. This was because the piercing heaven battle armor couldn't block Night Sorrow's attack. When they fought again, Bai Taesung became cautious. He no longer only attacked and didn't defend. He wanted to defend against Night Sorrow's attack. Under such circumstances, Bai Taesung's original reckless momentum no longer existed. With the change in tactics, Bai Taesung was a little safer. However, he was in a passive position. He was suppressed by Night Sorrow and was at a disadvantage in terms of speed and strength. After another round of attacks, Night Sorrow waved his left hand and recalled Shao Kong, who had already collected the Immortal Creation Pavilion, back into his body. With Shao Kong's return, Night Sorrow changed his tactics. Didn't Bai Taesung rely on his high defense to fight head-on? Then let him have a taste of this feeling. With the space-time treasure pagoda and dragon cauldron protecting his main body and doppelganger, as well as his powerful body, Night Sorrow wasn't afraid of getting hit by a sword or two. As Night Sorrow changed his tactics, Bai Taesung became more and more passive. However, Bai Taesung was not a simple character. Aside from the Tong Tian armor, he was also one of the strongest among the Sky Pillars. Now, he was relying on his battle experience to fight Night Sorrow. At this time, Sima Tiancheng and the others were very excited. Bai Taesung, who they were helpless against, was now completely suppressed by Night Sorrow. Just you wait. One day, I will definitely kill you. Bai Taesung didn't plan to fight anymore. He shouted and retreated. He didn't have a way to deal with Night Sorrow, so even if he continued to fight, it wouldn't change anything. Trying to run. The Red Emperor attacked, stabbing his sword directly at Bai Taesong's chest. You are not qualified to stop me. Bai Taesong turned around and used the Tong Tian armor to block the Red Emperor's sword. Then, he continued to flash away. Night Sorrow's body flashed, and he continued to chase. At this time, Bai Taesong's body flashed with a green light, and his speed suddenly increased. Relying on the defense of the Tong Tian armor, he ignored the attacks of the Red Emperor and the Qing Emperor and rushed out of the encirclement of the sky pillars. Go to hell. Night Sorrow's speed couldn't catch up with Bai Taesong's. With a wave of his arm, Samsara instantly appeared behind Bai Taesong's back. Block. Bai Taesong's doppelganger instantly blocked Samsara's flight path. Bang! With a loud explosion, Samsara's energy directly blasted Bai Taesong's doppelganger into pieces. Night Sorrow, Bai Taesong, and you are irreconcilable. Because of the Tong Tian armor, Bai Taesong didn't care about other people's attacks. Therefore, he increased his speed to the limit, and several people disappeared. After retrieving Samsara, Night Sorrow looked in the direction Bai Taesong had fled, and shook his head helplessly. I still couldn't kill him. Failure on the verge of success. It's enough. Defeating him is enough for us to win the realm war. Sima Tiancheng said. Only one authentic copy, the rest are pirated copies. Not bad. Many thanks for everyone's support. I've obtained what I needed the most, Yishan said. Then, Night Sorrow had the angry Qilin army ransack the Fortune Gate City Lord's mansion, as well as the Wild Gardens courtyard. After doing all this, Night Sorrow left with his people. Night Sorrow first arrived at the Divine Martial City, and after activating the modified Divine Martial City's defensive array, he led his people to besiege the Martial Imperial City's main city, the Martial War City. Divine Martial Heavenly Lord, listen carefully. If we can break Bai Taesong's defensive array, we can also break your Martial War City's defensive array. Night Sorrow stood on the back of the Ice Qilin army and shouted. Night Sorrow, what you want is nothing more than the realm war. Isn't it enough for us to withdraw from the Divine Martial City? Heavenly Lord Shenhu's voice sounded. Not enough. The realm war was initiated by your Shenwu Great World. It's natural for us to win the realm war. However, your Zhanwu dynasty started the war, and you are the leader of the evil. You must pay the price. Do you really want me to break your city? Night Sorrow roared. Then what do you want? Kill all of us? Heavenly Lord Shenhu's words were a little angry. Third Emperor, come out and apologize to my master. Then, the Zhanwu dynasty will take out 1,000,000 Saint Spirit stones as compensation. After the realm war is over, we will leave. Otherwise, I will raze the Martial War City to the ground. Night Sorrow stated his request. There was no response. Heavenly Lord Shenhu did not speak again. Set up camp. Night Sorrow ordered the army to set up camp. After ordering the army to set up camp, he looked at Sima Tiancheng and the Red Emperor. Can the two of you take some people to the Divine Martial City? After you go, we just want stability. If we don't solve the Zhanwu dynasty's problem, we will not end the realm war. Don't worry, we will handle this matter well. Just make sure that the resources that belong to us are not taken away. Sima Tianqing said. This is my communication crystal. If that Bai Taesong appears, send me a message. I will rush over immediately. If he dares to come out, I will kill him. Night Sorrow said. How would he dare to come out? The last time he blocked you, his avatar was destroyed. If he fights with you now, what will he use to block you? Datura said. It's fine as long as the Divine Martial City is stable. The Zhanwu dynasty and the other two do not have any trump cards. Let's trap them first and give them some time. Night Sorrow said. The Reincarnation Worlds Alliance army set up camp and completely surrounded the Martial War City. Datura arranged for people to set up a tent. Then, he called for Night Sorrow to enter. You are injured today. Is it serious? Datura asked as he looked at Night Sorrow's chest. It's fine. You know how strong my body is. Today's sword was just an external injury. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Then, Datura helped Night Sorrow change his clothes. Night Sorrow's chest was indeed not injured. You have shown your strength in today's battle. Whether it is in the reincarnation world or the Shinwu Great World, your name will spread far and wide. Soon, even the Xuanhuan Great World will know about this. Datura looked at Night Sorrow with admiration and love in his eyes. This is not important. It's good that we won the realm war. Before today's battle, I was not confident. After the battle, although I did not kill him, I solved a big problem. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Now that Heavenly Lord Shenhu and the others can't do anything, the realm war will end soon. After the realm war ends, we can live a more stable life. I said I wanted to give you a child. Datura's face blushed. Okay. However, there is one more thing to take care of. I need to go to the White Tiger constellation. I need to solve my master's problem. Night Sorrow said. Before, he did not have the confidence. Night Sorrow had to wait to solve this problem. But now, he was not afraid of the Sky Master. He naturally could go to the White Tiger constellation. You can go now, but you need to plan. Datura said. Solving the problem of the Qing Emperor was Night Sorrow's sore point. Datura knew this. The two drank tea casually. Then, Datura looked at Night Sorrow. How is your heavenly artifact? Say first update. Chapter 1422. I don't know. Shao Kong isn't reacting now, but I can feel some changes in the space-time treasure pagoda. It's probably in the midst of the fusion. This is a good thing. I don't have to worry about repairing it. Shao Kong can solve it himself, Night Sorrow said. At this time, in Night Sorrow's Spirit Sea, the space-time treasure pagoda released the Immortal Pavilion of Fortune. Then, the Immortal Pavilion of Fortune appeared at the top of the space-time treasure pagoda, becoming the tip of the pagoda. Night Sorrow knew that this was the fusion and change. When everything was done, the space-time treasure pagoda would become the Haotian Godly Pagoda, a complete heavenly artifact. The big shots were also drinking and celebrating. A great victory. Although they didn't kill Bai Taesong in this battle, defeating him was enough. Defeating him would solve the most unstable factor. It was a great victory. I'm convinced. If it weren't for Night Sorrow, we wouldn't have been able to defeat Bai Taesong. That guy's tortoise shell is too strong. We couldn't have broken it, Li Tianba said as he drank. That's true. That guy's armor is too tough. It really can't be broken. When it came to the sky-piercing battle armor, Sandalwood felt powerless. Didn't Night Sorrow say that it's the origin battle armor? It was nurtured by the origin of Shinwu Great World. Its defense is naturally terrifying. Fortunately, Night Sorrow's attack power is indeed strong. He pierced through the armor in one blow. In the battle between the origin and the origin battle armor, the origin had the upper hand, Red Emperor said. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord shook his head. It's a contradiction. It's hard to say who's stronger. Night Sorrow's attributes are strong enough. That's why Bai Taesong couldn't block him. Watching that battle is really exciting, but we don't even have the qualifications to fight. If we can't break through Bai Taesong's defense, there's no way we can fight. If we can stop him from escaping, Night Sorrow will definitely be able to kill him, Red Emperor said. He felt a little depressed when he mentioned this. Actually, from another perspective, killing Bai Taesong doesn't make much of a difference. Night Sorrow has gotten what he needs, and has also laid the most solid foundation for victory, Lord of Heaven Yuan Dao said. We've almost won the realm war this time. What's left is actually the finishing touches. In addition, we have to tell Night Sorrow that no matter what the Zhangwu dynasty decides, the Heavenly Lord of Thunder and Fire must be handed over. The traitor must be beheaded. Sima Tianqing said. If the war against the Shenwu Great World was for the sake of justice, there wasn't much hatred. However, the Heavenly Lord of Thunder and Fire was different. He was a despicable person and a traitor of the reincarnation world. No one would allow him to live. Everyone agreed with Sima Tianqing's words. This was about face. The Heavenly Lord of Thunder and Fire was the disgrace of the reincarnation world. If he wasn't dealt with, the reincarnation world would lose face. After resting for a while, Night Sorrow came to the tent where Sky Prime and the others were resting. Everyone, don't be anxious. Let's wait and see what decision the Shenwu dynasty makes. If we're not satisfied, then we'll continue the war, Night Sorrow said after sitting down. Yesterday, we talked about the Heavenly Lord of Thunder and Fire. This time, we've trapped the Martial War City. They must pay the price. The Heavenly Lord of Thunder and Fire must be handed over, Sima Tianqing said. The third overlord must come out and apologize. 1,000,000 Saint Spirit stones must be paid. In addition, the Heavenly Lord of Thunder and Fire must be handed over. These are the conditions they must fulfill. If they can't, then we'll kill them. In fact, the result is inevitable. Can they withstand the pressure? The 4 Heavenly Lords want to fight to the death with us. If they can do it, then they won't seal the city, Night Sorrow said with a smile. That's right. They will definitely compromise. I don't believe that they will dare to fight to the death with us, Qing Emperor said. At this time, the 3 tigers were also discussing in the City Lord Mansion of the Martial War City. Second brother, third brother, we've lost. When we went there, we saw how Bai Taiqing injured 2 big shots. We're no match for him. We can't beat him, but the reincarnation world can withstand it. Heavenly Lord Shen, whose expression was very unnatural. He had always been overbearing and thought that he was the lord of the Shenwu Great World. But this time, he was severely slapped in the face. Big brother, we understand the situation. Third brother, you have to suffer this time. So be it if you apologize. We cultivators can afford to lose. Also, if you don't apologize, I'm afraid this matter won't end, Heavenly Lord of Flames said. Heavenly Lord of Flames nodded. He felt that he was really unlucky. In the past, no one dared to go against his will. Previously, Qing Emperor didn't give him face. This time, he lost a doppelganger. Now, he still had to apologize. But how could he not apologize? We have to give them 1,000,000 Saint Spirit stones. If we don't, they won't let it go, Heavenly Lord of Flames sighed. If they took out 1,000,000 Saint Spirit stones, the Zhangwu dynasty would suffer a great loss. 1,000,000 Saint Spirit stones. We have some in the treasury of the City Lord Mansion. It will be enough if we pool it together, Heavenly Lord of Flames said. There's one more thing. They haven't mentioned it now, but they will mention it eventually. They will definitely want the Heavenly Lord of Thunder and Fire. If that guy runs away, we will have to pay for it, Heavenly Lord of Flames God said. Then we will take him down and hand him over to the Reincarnation World's Alliance Army, Heavenly Lord of Flames God said. There's no need to do anything. He is interested in one of my concubines. They have been flirting with each other. If we arrange for her to poison him, we can take him down easily, Heavenly Lord of Flames God said. Then, Heavenly Lord of Flames God called for a woman and took out a jade bottle. Whether it's water or wine, we have to make that guy drink it. If you can't do it, I will annihilate your entire clan, Heavenly Lord of Flames God said with a pair of tiger eyes. The woman, who was dressed very scantily, took the elixir and retreated in fear. At this moment, Heavenly Lord of Thunder and Fire was in a courtyard. He was feeling uneasy. Night Sorrow's voice was transmitted through energy and he heard it. He was now worried that Heavenly Lord of Flames God would choose to compromise. If that happened, he would have to run away. He knew that the reincarnation world wouldn't let him go. At this moment, Heavenly Lord of Flames God's concubine came in with a pot of tea. My husband was busy with the matters of the martial war city and didn't have time to come over. I am here to see if my lord needs anything. The woman placed the tea in front of Heavenly Lord of Flames God. Great! Great! Heavenly Lord of Flames God nodded. Recently, he had been suppressing his emotions. Some emotions that he didn't have in the past had appeared. He was very interested in this woman. After drinking the tea, Heavenly Lord of Flames God's soul sank. You poisoned me. Why? After saying 2 sentences, Heavenly Lord of Flames God fainted. When he woke up again, Heavenly Lord of Flames God realized that his cultivation was sealed. He felt a piercing pain when he moved. There were chains made of iron crystals on his back and neck. Heavenly Lord of Flames God, what are you doing? What kind of poison did you give me? Heavenly Lord of Flames God roared when he saw Heavenly Lord of Flames God in the courtyard. There's no other way. Knight Sorrow is a merit sage. He could become a merit great sage at any time. There's no benefit in going against him. I don't want to fight anymore, Heavenly Lord of Flames God said. Speak. Second update. Thank you, Old Bro and Director P for unblocking yesterday's chapter. Chapter 1423. Zhang / unsealed, you shameless bastard. Thunderfire Heaven Monarch cursed. This is the way of the world. No one is shameless. Didn't you betray the reincarnation world as well? You don't have the qualifications to call me shameless. Heaven Monarch Shenhu said. If you dare to harm me, I will never forgive you. Thunderfire Heaven Monarch's eyes were filled with anger. You won't spare me. Both the main body and the clone have been sealed by me. The clone doesn't even have the chance to leave the main body. What are you bragging about? Third brother, bring him along. We will go and meet the people from the Reincarnation World Alliance Army. They are able to break the formation but they are still waiting. They are giving us a chance and don't want to push things too far. Heaven Lord Shenhu said. Lord of Heaven Fierce Tiger grabbed the iron chain and carried Lord of Heaven Thunder Fire like a monkey. He followed Lord of Heaven Divine Tiger out of the city Lord residence. Heaven Lord Shenhu brought his 2 brothers, Lai Yen and Lai Hu, and flew out of the city. Third brother, since we've lost this time, we can only wrong you. Whether or not we fight in the future is a matter for the future. Lord God who said. He was reminding Lord Fierce Tiger that one of the terms of the peace negotiation was that Lord Fierce Tiger had to apologize. If he didn't, the Reincarnation World Alliance Army would not retreat. The Realm War had started because of Lord Fierce Tiger. Fierce Tiger Lord of Heaven, Raging Flame Lord of Heaven, and Fierce Tiger Lord of Heaven brought Thunder Fire Lord of Heaven to the Alliance camp. At this moment, someone notified Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow arrived at the command tent of the Alliance Army. At this moment, all the heaven-supporting big heads were present. I'll bring it over, then we can talk. Knight Sorrow said. No, you're the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces. How can you just come out and greet me? Qing Emperor stood up and refused. I'll go and see what they want. Li Tianba, who had recovered, stood up. Knight Sorrow nodded. He didn't care whether he welcomed them or not, but in fact, he was the face of the world of samsara. Moments later, Li Tianba brought Heaven Monarch Shenhu and the other 2 into the tent. After entering the tent, Heaven Monarch Shenhu cupped his hands towards Knight Sorrow. The Lord of Flames was the same. His posture was also very humble. When it came to Lord of Heaven Fierce Tiger, he directly threw Lord of Thunder Fire into the corner of the tent. Then, he cupped his hands towards Knight Sorrow and the Qing Emperor and said, Fierce Tiger, failed to see the situation clearly. I, Fierce Tiger, have let down the Qing Emperor and the 2 worlds. Everyone, take a seat. When we fight, we talk about it. When we talk about it, let's sit down and talk calmly. Knight Sorrow pointed at the empty seat in the tent and said. After cupping their hands towards Knight Sorrow again, Heaven Monarch Shenhu and the other 2 sat down. I believe that in the realm war, it doesn't matter who is right or wrong. The important thing is that we lost. Therefore, I will do whatever you ask. Here are 1,000,000 Saint Spirit stones. Also, this guy is a traitor of the world of samsara. I will send him over as well. Heaven Monarch Shenhu cupped his hands towards Night Sorrow and placed a storage ring on the table in front of him. I, Night Sorrow, agree with Heaven Monarch Shenhu's dominance. Now that we have won, the realm war is over. We will retreat and not make things difficult for Heaven Monarch Shenhu or the Shenwu Great World. Night Sorrow said. Very good. Commander Yi is young and capable. I, Shenhu, am impressed. After the realm war, as long as Commander Yi comes to the Shenwu Great World, you will be a distinguished guest of the Zhangwu dynasty. I will also discipline my 2 brothers strictly when I return. Heaven Monarch Shenhu said. The only authentic one, the others were all pirated copies. Also, Heaven Monarch Shenhu, please don't make things difficult for those forces that withdrew from the realm war. They withdrew from the realm war as a form of respect for me, Night Sorrow. I can't bear to see them being troubled because of this. Most importantly, they did it for the safety of their region. Night Sorrow thought for a while and said. As long as they don't bully the Zhangwu dynasty won't find trouble with them. Actually, the biggest threat in the Shenwu Great World is Bai Taesong. I have seen his combat strength that day. If he wants to cause trouble, it will be the real trouble for the Shenwu Ocean World. Heaven Monarch Shenhu sighed. With Bai Taesong's current combat strength, Heaven Monarch Shenhu was no match for him. Everything is decided by the Heavenly Tao. Night Sorrow said. After chatting for a while, Heaven Monarch Shenhu and the other 2 left the United Forces camp. Night Sorrow looked at Qing Emperor and the others. Let the army commander bring the troops back. Let's go to the Shenwu city and place our war flag at the Shenwu city Lord Mansion. Then, the realm war will be over. Night Sorrow said. Okay. Qing Emperor nodded. Then, the United Forces left the Shenwu city under the leadership of their respective commanders. They teleported back to the Blue Eagle Mountain and returned to the Reincarnation Great World. When Night Sorrow and the others arrived at the Shenwu city, they didn't stand on ceremony. They went through a round of looting. When they were almost done, they placed the war flag of the Reincarnation World Army on the Lord Mansion. As soon as the war flag was placed, the weather changed and it started to rain heavily. The rain poured down. This was the sad song after the Shenwu Great World lost the realm war. It was a sad song after the war. There was no choice. Since they made the decision to start the realm war, they had to bear the consequences. They had to bear the consequences even if they failed. Night Sorrow felt apologetic. It could be said that he was the one who led the direction of the realm war. Night Sorrow cupped his hands and bowed in the direction of the Shenwu fighting heaven. He knew that was where the origin of Shenwu was. After apologizing, Night Sorrow looked at the Shenwu Great World again. He nodded to Heaven Monarch Yuandao and the others and said, let's go back. Everyone nodded to Night Sorrow. The realm war ended smoothly. When they arrived at the Blue Eagle Mountain, Night Sorrow realized that the army had all retreated. Everything was packed and only a few people were left to guard the camp. After everyone was teleported, Night Sorrow and the leaders of the Reincarnation World brought up the rear and teleported back to the Reincarnation World. As soon as Night Sorrow stood on the ground of the Reincarnation World, a golden light shone from the sky and landed on Night Sorrow's body. It was the golden light of merit. Night Sorrow led the Reincarnation World Army to victory in the Realm War. He even turned the tide twice and won the battle of the strongest monarchs. He also restrained Bai Taesong. No one could deny that he was the biggest contributor to this realm war. As the golden light of merit entered his body, Night Sorrow meditated on the spot. He activated the all-encompassing true body and absorbed all the golden light of merit into his body. Datura and Jean Tan stood beside Night Sorrow and protected Night Sorrow. Each of them also received the fate of the Reincarnation World, but it was not as obvious as Night Sorrow's. Everyone, let's take a seat in the city lord's mansion. There are some things that we need to deal with. We need to bring back the resources that we collected later on, Qing Emperor said. There's no hurry. Knight Sorrow contributed greatly to the success of this realm war. Let's all protect him and do our best, Heaven Monarch Yuan Dao said. Qing Emperor nodded. He knew that this was a kind gesture. The golden light of merit in Knight Sorrow's body became brighter and brighter. Both his divine ocean and his body were filled with the golden light of merit. Speak. The third watch has arrived. Chapter 1424. Zhang / unsealed. 4 hours later, Knight Sorrow stood up. How is it? Datura asked. Just a little bit more. I can feel it. I'm very close, Knight Sorrow said. He naturally knew what Datura was asking about, whether he was the deluxe merit grand sage. What are you two talking about? Lord of Precious Fragrance asked. Aluo asked me if I was the deluxe merit grand sage. I said just a little bit more, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. I'm looking forward to seeing you become the deluxe merit grand sage, Lord of Precious Fragrance said. As they chatted, the group entered the Castellan's residence. Qing Emperor sat on the main seat. We won the realm war. Thank you all for your hard work. The resources we obtained later on are with me. Please share them. Qing Emperor took out the compensation from the Zhanwu dynasty and the resources obtained from Shenwu city. Just do as you wish. Actually, we fought to make a name for the reincarnation great world. The resources are secondary. However, I've heard that Yi Shang is a realm lord and has his own world. This is something that needs to be developed. We're all old powers and don't lack that bit of resources. Give Yi Shang one for himself. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord said. That's right. Knight Sorrow has distributed the resources obtained from the previous battles to the army. Those commanders even bragged about it. They felt that it was a blessing to fight with Knight Sorrow, Sima Tianqing said after glancing at Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow, don't reject it. Actually, everyone has a scale in their hearts. You took on too much responsibility for winning the realm war. Therefore, you should take this share. Qing Emperor's dynasty sent 3 giants. Including you, it's 4. It's not reasonable for you to take 1 share, Red Emperor said when he saw Knight Sorrow standing up to reject. Take it. You'll have a big family and business in the future, so you'll have to support them. You can't do it without resources, Datura said. Datura, I really have to hand it to you. What should I say? Knight Sorrow's family is big, isn't his family your family? Precious Fragrance said with a smile. That's true. It's our family. We need to support our family. We'll keep it, Datura said. Knight Sorrow, you really need a housekeeper. Lord Precious Fragrance smiled. Then it's settled. Also, we didn't say anything about the celestial sect last time. We'll follow the old plan. If they act recklessly, we'll go to war and eliminate them, Qing Emperor said. CR 9 Original Chapter 3 No one had any objections. In other words, the matter of the celestial sect was tantamount to an alliance. What about him? Red Emperor pointed at the Heavenly Lord of Thunder Fire, who was being held by the guards of the City Lord Mansion. We'll kill him in front of the Samsara Palace. I can tolerate some mistakes, but I can't tolerate betrayal of the world of Samsara. Qing Emperor said. Qing Shangjuan, you'll die a horrible death. Hearing that Qing Emperor was going to kill him, the Heavenly Lord of Thunder Fire cursed. How dare you talk nonsense? Master, I'll take care of it. Zhan Tan got up and left the City Lord Mansion with the Heavenly Lord of Thunder Fire. This meant that the Heavenly Lord of Thunder Fire was dead. He had to pay the price for doing something. City Lord Qing, I still have something to say. This time, I'll send my avatar to fight. It's not that I'm not going all out. It's because the seal of Yuan Dao Tian has to be suppressed. Or maybe you think that I'm a little stronger. I won't hide it. I've been using energy to suppress the seal for years. It's impossible not to condense my energy. But in recent years, the pressure has been increasing. If we can't suppress it, a war will break out. So, we have to be prepared for war. Heavenly Lord of Origin said. This concerns the entire world of samsara. As long as you're a responsible person, you'll be responsible. Don't worry about that. Qing Emperor nodded. Night Sorrow, go home and spend time with your family. When you're free, come visit Yuan Daotian. You're different from us. We're old and have no family. I envy you. Heavenly Lord of Origin said. Okay, I'll definitely go when I'm free. Night Sorrow is young and inexperienced. You should go out more and broaden your horizons. Night Sorrow nodded. Yes, the world is big. You can go anywhere you want. Heavenly Lord of Origin said. Night Sorrow's power was recognized by everyone who saw him fight. They even understood that he was no longer Night Sorrow's opponent. Not to mention whether or not he could kill a Sky Master couldn't kill Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, what do you plan to do next? Return to the 9 territories world first? Qing Emperor asked. Yes, I'll return to the 9 territories world first. After a few days of rest, I'll go to the White Tiger territory. Night Sorrow said. Don't worry. I'm doing well. Didn't I go out to fight this time? Qing Emperor said. He knew that Night Sorrow took this very seriously. I understand. Night Sorrow didn't argue. Some things were better left to do. After this realm war, the generals of the 9 Heavens army have been tempered. You don't need to do everything yourself. If there are important decisions, you can make them yourself. Qing Emperor said again. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Qing Emperor understood Night Sorrow. He knew that Night Sorrow had a strong sense of responsibility. As long as it concerned him, he would do his best. This gave Qing Emperor a lot of pressure. At this time, Sandalwood returned. Take care of that guy. I've seen your battle this time. You're still not calm enough. You still need to train your mind. Interact with others more. This will perfect your personality. Qing Emperor looked at Sandalwood and said. Master, I'll be fine if I interact with junior brother more. Sandalwood smiled. Qing Emperor nodded helplessly. He was very pleased with his 2 disciples' achievements, but he was also worried about the future. He hoped that they would go even further. After attending the celebration banquet, Night Sorrow left. As for other things, he didn't want to ask about the arrangements of the world of reincarnation. Datura was still talking to the other big shots. Night Sorrow strolled around Reincarnation City and came to the Reincarnation Palace. You're here. The moment Night Sorrow came to the Reincarnation Palace, the source of reincarnation appeared. Sorry to disturb you, Senior. I'm not here to cultivate. I'm just here to take a walk. I have to settle some things before coming back to cultivate. Night Sorrow said. Yes, it's time to settle down. More haste, less speed. There are some drawbacks to cultivating at a high speed. You contributed greatly to the realm war this time. It's a pity that you didn't become the virtuous great sage. The source of Reincarnation Palace said. That's not important. I won't force some things. Night Sorrow is satisfied with the victory of the realm war, the prosperity of the world of reincarnation, and the stability of the world of reincarnation. Night Sorrow said. As for merits, it's not up to me to decide, especially when it comes to the virtuous great sage level. That's the judgment of the heavenly axiom. The virtuous great sage belongs to the boundless world. Therefore, it's not easy to take this step. You need an opportunity. However, I think you'll reach this level soon. Very soon. The source of Reincarnation Palace said. Speak. The 4th update is here. Today's update is complete. I'm sorry that I didn't explode in the past few days. Maybe it's because the word count is too high, or maybe it's because I'm not in a good state. Anyway, it's my fault that I didn't explode. Actually, I've been under pressure recently. I've written and deleted. Sometimes, I can't finish a chapter in 4 hours. I don't want to write too much. Otherwise, I'll be sorry to my brothers and sisters who support me. Please forgive me. Chapter 14:25. Then, Night Sorrow learned some things from the origin of the world of reincarnation. The body of merit and the merit saint could be achieved in a world. The origin of the world would recognize you as long as you contributed to the world and millions of living beings. However, to become a merit saint, you had to be bestowed by the heavenly way of the greater world. In other words, if Night Sorrow wanted to become a merit saint, the origin of the world of reincarnation couldn't do anything. I understand. Thank you for helping me strengthen the reincarnation armor so that I could defeat the opponent who had the origin armor, Night Sorrow said. Because you contributed to the victory of the realm war, I want to reward you. You won't be restricted by time when you cultivate in the reincarnation palace. Of course, you might not need much time to reach the perfected will, the origin of the world of reincarnation said. After chatting with the origin of reincarnation for a while, Night Sorrow left and walked around the reincarnation city casually. At this time, Datura came to Night Sorrow. Everyone was discussing something. They wanted to ask for your opinion on some things, but you weren't here, Datura said. I'm not the leader of a force. I'm just the prince of the Qing Emperor's dynasty and the husband of the Dark Dominator. Those things have nothing to do with me, Night Sorrow said. It has something to do with you. Everyone knows that you don't care about the development of your force but your own cultivation. So they decided to give you a share of the cultivation time in the reincarnation palace, Datura said. That's fine. Even if I don't need it, 9th senior sister, Chiyu, 6th senior sister, and father will need it, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Why don't you need it? You're a mid-level monarch. You still have a lot of room for improvement, Datura said. Here's the thing. The origin of reincarnation thinks that I contributed a lot in this realm war. I won't be restricted when I cultivate in the reincarnation palace, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Ha! Not bad. You don't have to cultivate anymore. Let's go home. Datura grabbed Night Sorrow's arm and said. Okay, let's go home. Night Sorrow nodded with a smile. Then, the two of them took the teleportation array back to the 9-domain world and the city in the sky. Night Sorrow's return was a joyous occasion for Sky City. Of course, the rest of the 9-domain world didn't know about it. Qing Emperor's situation was not bad. Night Sorrow was not in a hurry, so he stayed at home with his parents and wife. His 2 children had already gone out to train. Night Sorrow's original body accompanied his wife, while his clone went to the former Clear Sky City and the current 9-region city to set up the 9 underworld slaughtering divine dragon tiger array. He had been cultivating diligently and felt that he had let his wife down, so he decided to stay at home. In the 2nd month after Night Sorrow's return, the 9 secret slaughtering god dragon tiger array was completed by Night Sorrow. The skeleton of the mystical Ice Tiger King was sitting on a mountain peak 100 miles away from the Heaven Ceiling Palace. Its jade-colored body was emitting light, suppressing everything here. It was responding to the dragon array of the city in the sky. Although the 2 arrays were far apart, there was a connection between the Yin array and the Yang array. They were one. Night Sorrow's clone in the Heaven Ceiling Great Array could activate the 2 arrays. It was very safe. Night Sorrow's original body accompanied his wife. She had returned from the reincarnation world and had become a king. She was the 6th king of the 9-domain world. Some time ago, Long Xiansheng had entered the king realm. Currently, there were many kings in the 9-domain world. The first was naturally Night Sorrow, the second was Zhu Jiuyun, the third was Wu Lingfei, the fourth was Yi Qianhua, and the 5th was Long Xiansheng. Night Sorrow was very happy with such a situation. This was a sign of prosperity. Xikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi were still in the Sage King realm. After all, their foundations were not strong enough, and they had not cultivated for long. Other than accompanying his wife, Knight Sorrow would also chat with his father. He would also accompany Old Gu to fish and drink wine. Knight Sorrow also went to the Medicine Valley and Bamboo Garden City to chat with his senior brothers. Knight Sorrow had also gone to Bamboo Garden City for a stroll. He was a nostalgic person. As he rested, Knight Sorrow's state of mind became more stable. In the past, although there did not seem to be any disadvantages to cultivating at a high speed, there were still some problems. The peaceful life now was beneficial to Knight Sorrow. After Knight Sorrow rested for half a year, good news really came. Yang Lei and Datura were both pregnant. This made Knight Sorrow overjoyed. It was not that he wanted many children, but he did not want his wife to have any regrets. Chuyu and Aoi both had children. Although Yang Lei did not say it, she still had some regrets in her heart. Datura also wanted a child. Now that things were like this, their lives were complete. Xueshi, don't worry. I think the heavens are fair. Everything that should be there will be. Also, I believe that we will be blessed by the heavens, Knight Sorrow said to Xueshi at the family banquet. Yes, in the past, I was a little lacking. But after I met you, I did not do anything that would make me feel guilty. I have always paid attention to my morals and integrity. Even if I don't have children, Qing Yan, Yujun and the child that is about to come will still be my children, right? Xueshi smiled. You need to pay attention to your body's cultivation. Luo is talented and has a strong body. Senior sister Jiu has also been cultivating her body these past few years, so this time has been quite successful, Knight Sorrow said. Yang Lei's innate talent was her body. Back in the day, only she and Yu Yangyu were able to cultivate the Medicine Valley's heaven-covering hand. Over the past few years, Knight Sorrow had given Yang Lei some resources to strengthen her body. She had also used a lot of life essence, so her body was now at the sacred level. She was quite lucky to have a strong body, so she was now pregnant. I understand. Knight Sorrow, what are you doing? Our family is full of good news. Let's not talk about anything else, Xueshi smiled. Knight Sorrow, who had originally planned to go to the White Tiger territory, put his plans on hold. He wanted to stay at home with his wife and wait for the birth of their child. Knight Sorrow then went to the Tianding Gate to take a look, because his master, Yu Yangyu, was there. Knight Sorrow's arrival caused the Tianding Gate to be in an uproar. At this time, all the cultivators knew that the person with the biggest fist in the Tianding Gate was Knight Sorrow. Although Knight Sorrow didn't try to compete, the truth was there, and all the cultivators respected the truth. The Tianding King brought the elders of the Tianding Gate to visit Knight Sorrow. In a world where the strong were respected, strength was everything. The Tianding King was now a 6-star king. There was still a large gap between him and Knight Sorrow. Chu Danxian and her attendant, Tang Yuan, also arrived. The two of them were very awkward, because the scenes of them making things difficult for Knight Sorrow were still vivid in their minds. Knight Sorrow didn't put on any airs, because he was a very easygoing person. In addition, he cultivated the impenetrable body, so his aura didn't leak at all. Commander Yi, after you went to the reincarnation great world, some of the cultivators from the heaven mystic world went there as well. Beidu's sovereign king went as well. Hence, there are some things that we all know. You are our pride. Sovereign King Tianding said. Speak first update. Chapter 1426. Knight Sorrow fought for the 9 Firmament World Group against the Reincarnation World, opening up the situation in the Reincarnation World. Now, many cultivators of the 9 Firmament World Group had gone to the Reincarnation World to explore the world and find opportunities. Where there were people, there was Jianghu, and there was information flow. Knight Sorrow's fame was strong in the Reincarnation World. The name of the strongest monarch had spread throughout the world. The strongest monarch was a matter of some time ago, so the 9 Firmament World Group already knew. However, the battle between Knight Sorrow, Mandala Saras, and by Taesong had not spread. If it spread, it would be even more shocking. King is too polite. It's nothing. Night Sorrow said. The development of the Tianding Gate in the mysterious sky world is also much smoother now, because the strongest monarch, Night Sorrow, used to cultivate at the Tianding Gate. Tianding King said with a smile. King is wrong. He did not cultivate at the Tianding Gate. Night Sorrow has always been a disciple of the Tianding Gate. This will not change. Night Sorrow said. Tianding King was more careful with his words. Night Sorrow came from the Tianding Gate, but now he was an independent sect. If he insisted that Night Sorrow was a disciple of the Tianding Gate, it would not be too appropriate. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Tianding King felt very assured. He did not care about his own fame and fortune, but the Tianding Gate was built by him. Naturally, he hoped that the Tianding Gate would prosper. Night Sorrow's words were the guarantee that the Tianding Gate would not fall. The Tianding Gate hopes that you will come back often. We can also drink tea together. Tianding King said. Sure. Actually, I came this time for another matter. My wife is pregnant. I came to invite Master and a few elders to drink. King wants to go too. Night Sorrow said. Of course, Tianding King accepted Night Sorrow's invitation. After the invitation, Night Sorrow left behind some resources. King, it is foreseeable that the Tianding Gate will become strong in the future, but the stability of the heaven profound world is very important. Tianding King nodded. Night Sorrow was reminding him that he could support the rise of Tianding Gate, but Tianding Gate could not become a mess. After that, Night Sorrow went to Big Dipper City. Big Dipper King was not around. He had gone to the reincarnation Great World. Now, Big Dipper City was under the management of Greed Wolf King. Yishan invited Bei Xing to the city in the sky as a guest. Then, he asked Bei Xing to go to the city in the sky with him. After doing this, Night Sorrow returned to Sky City to accompany his wife. At this moment, Datura's face was filled with happiness. This was what she wanted the most. After receiving a message from their mother, Yi Yujun and Yi Qingyan knew that they were about to have a younger brother and sister. They also returned from the space next to the Nine Regions world. Yi Qingyan accompanied the two ants every day. 10 months later, Night Sorrow had another son and daughter. Yang Lei's daughter, Yi Xiaolei, and Datura's son, Yi Xiaoluo. After holding a 1-month-old celebration for his son and daughter, Night Sorrow decided to set off. He did not want to delay the Qing Emperor's matter any longer. That was the responsibility of his disciple. Furthermore, the Qing Emperor's current situation was also related to him. Although they were worried, Datura and the others still let him go. The White Tiger constellation had a giant-level White Tiger King. It was the King of Giants. However, Night Sorrow did not necessarily have to fight the White Tiger King. As long as it was the blood of a monarch-level White Tiger, it would be enough. The White Tiger constellation was the territory of the White Tigers of the 4 divine beasts. The White Tigers were a race of divine beasts. When an enemy appeared, the entire race would know. At that time, the enemy could be the public enemy of the White Tigers. It was possible that the White Tiger King would appear and kill the enemy. However, before going to the White Tiger constellation, Night Sorrow went to the God-killing team's encampment and went to see his brothers. After that, Night Sorrow set off. The White Tiger constellation was located at the periphery of the 3 great worlds. Night Sorrow took several teleportation arrays before arriving at the space closest to the White Tiger territory. Night Sorrow took out a jug of wine and took a sip. Sensing the situation, the White Tiger constellation was relatively far from this space. If the king wanted to enter, it would be very difficult. Unless the space world was in operation, the constellation world would be relatively close to the other space worlds. Putting away the jug of wine, Night Sorrow waved his arm, cutting open the space barrier. His body flashed into the space turbulence, flying towards the White Tiger territory. With the monarch-level spacetime willpower protecting his body, the space turbulence's suppression on Night Sorrow was greatly reduced. This made Night Sorrow's consumption greatly reduced. If the consumption was large, the distance of nearly 100,000 li was very difficult to cross. Because the space turbulence far away from the space world was very strong, the resistance was relatively large. Night Sorrow used an hour's time to pass through. Arriving outside the White Tiger territory, Night Sorrow sensed an austere atmosphere. The western constellation world was the master of killing. The White Tiger was easy to kill. The White Tiger constellation was a world of slaughter. This was also the reason why the White Tiger constellation had always been a forbidden area for countless years. Cultivators that entered would have their strength greatly suppressed. After sensing for a moment, Night Sorrow waved his hand and broke open the space world's barrier. Then, he entered the White Tiger territory. Pressure. Night Sorrow felt himself receive a very intense suppression. This was a suppression that belonged to the world's aura. Night Sorrow was somewhat bewildered. He was a body of merit and should not have been suppressed. This is not a suppression specifically aimed at you. The world's origin is of this attribute, a world of slaughter and killing intent. Even speaking of the killing auras of other worlds, they are all infiltrated by the White Tiger territory. The 9 territories' world's origin spoke. Night Sorrow nodded. Despite being suppressed, he still had 70% of his strength. So long as he did not encounter the White Tiger King, which was only a monarch rank White Tiger, Night Sorrow still had the confidence to contend. Although he had the combat strength of a war giant, Night Sorrow was not arrogant. The White Tiger clan was a divine beast clan. They received the favor of heaven and earth, and their speed was extremely fast. Additionally, they had the Western White Tiger kill, which could surpass levels in battle. His current strength was suppressed, and the enemy was stronger than him. This was not a good battle. Stabilizing his mood, he once again sensed the suppressed situation. Night Sorrow continued to fly. While flying, Night Sorrow completely released his soul force. However, his soul force was greatly suppressed. The range he could explore was only 3,000 li. The White Tiger clan was very strong, but their numbers were not very many. A world full of killing intent, but it was also a world with very dense spiritual power. Dense spiritual power naturally produced some rare materials. As for materials, Night Sorrow naturally would not let go of them. While collecting materials, he searched for the White Tiger clan. What Night Sorrow did not know was that the Shinwu Great World was currently experiencing a catastrophe. Bai Taesung had come out. He was angry that the Fortune Gate had been destroyed, so he vented his anger on the other forces in the Shinwu Great World. First, he went to the nearest Wolf King school and directly killed the Wolf King Heavenly Monarch. After killing the Wolf King Heavenly Monarch, Bai Taesung went to the Zhongwu dynasty. If he did not have to defend himself, Heavenly Monarch God Hu was not his opponent. With the Inferno Monarch's avatar blocking, Heavenly Monarch God Hu and the other 2 managed to escape Bai Taesung's pursuit. This situation made the other war giants tremble. This Bai Taesung was a madman, an uncontrollable madman. On the next chapter, after a few war giants of the Heavenly Moon Pavilion met and discussed, they felt that they had to deal with Bai Taesung, and dealing with him was a difficult problem. Said, second chapter. Thank you Kai Tong, Little Gao, and Brother for unlocking yesterday's chapter. Chapter 1427. This Bai Taesung is a madman. He has no qualms about fighting us now, the Nanhua Lord of Heaven said angrily. He has the origin battle armor. We can't break through his defense. He can kill us as he pleases, and we can only take a beating, the fierce Tiger Lord of Heaven said. That's right. We have to think of a countermeasure. He is forcing us to submit to him. He wants to unify the Shinwu Great World. If we don't submit, he will keep tormenting us, the 3 Sons Lord of Heaven said. I went to the Shinwu Fighting Heaven and saw the divine martial origin. The origin battle armor was obtained from Bai Taesung's Shinwu Fighting Heaven. I begged the divine martial origin to take it back, but it won't, the divine tiger Lord of Heaven said. The divine martial Heavenly Lord of Heaven then told everyone about seeing the divine martial origin. When Bai Taesung went to the Shinwu fighting heaven, he passed the requirements set by the divine martial origin. In addition, Bai Taesung's state of mind was good, so he was given the origin battle armor. According to the divine martial origin, since it gave Bai Taesung the heaven-piercing armor, he had to bear the consequences. No matter how much damage it would cause to the Shinwu Great World, he had to bear the consequences. He had to swallow the bitter fruit that he had sowed. This was the Shinwu Great World's tribulation. It was also fate. Then what should we do? We have no way of restraining him now, the Tsang Ling sovereign said angrily. Everyone fell into deep thought. With the heaven-piercing armor, Bai Taesung was invincible. They could hide for a while, but they couldn't hide forever. Fight. No one could beat Bai Taesung with his invincible defense. The heaven-piercing armor was the origin battle armor. Although Night Sorrow always wore it, it had self-recovery abilities. It recovered in a short time. We can't beat him, but someone can. Night Sorrow, the Tsang Ling sovereign said. Night Sorrow? How can we invite Night Sorrow? We were the ones who started the realm war against the reincarnation Great World, said the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch. We have to pay the price. Otherwise, we'll never have a day of peace. Not to mention whether or not the forces under our command can be preserved, we'll be in danger of dying ourselves, the Lord of Flames said. His avatar had perished this time. Please. Lord of Heaven Shinhu said. But the question was, who was going to treat him? After that, everyone discussed and decided to invite the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch while the other clans would pay the price. When the Three Suns Heaven Monarch reached the reincarnation realm, he first went to Reincarnation City to see the Qing Emperor and told him the reason for his visit. Qing Emperor didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, but Night Sorrow had to make the decision himself. After that, the Qing Emperor sent Qing Yuan to Sky City to look for Night Sorrow. However, she received news that Night Sorrow had already gone to the White Tiger constellation. When the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch, who was drinking tea with the Qing Emperor, heard this, he was stunned. Without Night Sorrow around, this matter couldn't be resolved. I won't hide it from you, Three Suns Heavenly Monarch. When I was fighting with the celestial sex puppets, I was poisoned. Only the blood of the White Tiger can cure the poison. Night Sorrow has placed great importance on this matter. Therefore, after the realm war is resolved, he might go and deal with this matter. The Qing Emperor said. He wasn't sure if Night Sorrow had gone to the White Tiger constellation, but he still felt emotional. His disciple really didn't want him to be tortured. When Commander Night Sorrow returns, let us know. We'll discuss how to resolve this matter, the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch said helplessly. Okay, I'll pass on the message when he returns. You guys still have to be careful. Bai Taesung is an extremely vicious person, the Qing Emperor said. Okay, you guys be careful too. He's crazy now. After we hide, he might take revenge on you guys. The Three Suns Heavenly Monarch stood up, but he also reminded the Qing Emperor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Chapter End. After sending the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch away, the Qing Emperor fell into deep thought. Shengjuan, we really have to be careful. It's hard to predict what a crazy person will do. Misty Rain came out. She had heard the Three Suns Heavenly Monarch and the Qing Emperor's conversation. However, she hadn't come out because of the paralysis between men. He shouldn't do anything for now because he's afraid of Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow is his nemesis, but she's also a hidden danger, the Qing Emperor said. This child Night Sorrow, I thought he'd be able to rest for a while. Xueshi and a Luo just had a child, and he ran off to the White Tiger territory. It seems that people with bodies of virtue truly don't allow themselves to have any flaws. They don't even want to feel guilty, Misty Rain said. Wait for Night Sorrow to return and have him deal with this matter. Since only Night Sorrow can resolve this matter, then this matter is closely related to him. Perhaps it's fated, the Qing Emperor said. After hearing this news, the Qing Emperor's doppelganger stood guard near the teleportation array. This was because if Bai Taisong appeared, he would know. Inside a tea house in the black-yellow Great World, Tang Yi and Hai Ling were drinking tea and chatting. The two of them hadn't interacted with each other before, but at Night Sorrow's wedding, the two of them chatted quite well and became friends. Have you heard? The realm war between the Samsara Great World and the Shinwu Great World was won by Night Sorrow leading the Samsara Great World's allied forces, Hai Ling said. In a situation where he could only defend, switching from defense to offense is very difficult to win. The Samsara Great Masters are very good at judging people. Giving him command should be the clearest decision. Tang Yi nodded. She was the daughter of a great family, so she naturally was more well-informed. I've seen him fight before at the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. He's called the strongest monarch. Although it's a bit exaggerated, I believe it. He defeated a great master with unparalleled defense. This is indeed hard to believe, Hai Ling said. At the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, she and Night Sorrow had fought together. She knew a bit about Night Sorrow, but she never imagined that Night Sorrow could turn the tide and lead the realm war. My father said that this kind of cultivator is the most powerful. His cultivation is on par with a great master, but his deterrence is much more terrifying, Tang Yi said. That's natural. Great masters have strong combat power, but they've reached a bottleneck. There's little room for improvement. It's as difficult as ascending the heavens to increase one's combat power. However, Night Sorrow isn't like that. He's a monarch and has the combat power of a great master. There's a lot of room for improvement. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a cultivator? Hai Ling said while drinking tea. Hai Ling and Tang Yi weren't the only ones talking about this. Many forces were talking about this matter. They all knew about the name Night Sorrow. At this moment, Night Sorrow was flying in the White Tiger constellation. After 7 days, he didn't see a single white tiger. This made Night Sorrow understand that the White Tiger race was strong, but they were few in number. At night, Night Sorrow set up camp to rest. Although obtaining the White Tiger blood was extremely important to him, he wasn't in a hurry. Since he was already in the White Tiger constellation, as long as he was alive, he would definitely obtain the White Tiger blood. A month later, Night Sorrow saw a white tiger. However, its level was relatively low, so he didn't attack. What he needed was the blood of a monarch-ranked white tiger. King-ranked white tiger blood was meaningless. It might be a good material for refining pills, but Night Sorrow wouldn't kill just because of this. Speak. The third watch has arrived. Chapter 1428. Following his progress on the path of cultivation, Night Sorrow's view of the world continuously changed. Everyone wanted opportunities, but opportunities could not be established on so-called slaughter. Coming to the White Tiger territory this time, Night Sorrow did not think of slaughter. He only pursued the White Tiger blood, nothing more. As long as he obtained monarch-level White Tiger blood, he would turn around and leave, let alone go slaughter some white tigers that had not yet matured. The little sky inside the Divine Sea was still integrating the heavenly artifact and was unable to communicate with Night Sorrow, but Night Sorrow could sense the changes in the Clear Sky Divine Pagoda. This year had passed, and the Clear Sky Divine Pagoda's restoration had made progress. Night Sorrow did not go refine the soul-raising liquid because refining the soul-raising liquid required a lot of time. Using Datura's refining time, he would need several decades. Rather than wasting time refining now, it was better to wait for the Clear Sky Divine Pagoda's restoration to complete, and then enter to speed up his cultivation. There was no fear in his heart, but Night Sorrow's heart held reverence. The Forbidden Land of countless years definitely had a reason. Here, the king truly had no possibility of battle if he entered. His supreme attribute had been suppressed by 30% of his strength. If others entered, they would be even more unbearable. Perhaps they would be meat on the chopping block. Cultivators required resources and opportunities, but this also depended on the situation. No one would risk their life if they were not certain. Entering the king realm, they already had an unlimited lifespan. The majority of cultivators had stabilized, relying on the accumulation of time to have accomplishments. Because the aura of slaughter here was relatively heavy, Knight Sorrow did not drink wine. When he was thirsty, he drank tea. Drinking heart-cleansing tea, he purified himself from the effects. Knight Sorrow brought the concentric crystal, but it could not be used. Originally, it was not a problem so far away in the Ice Dragon territory, but in the White Tiger constellation, it was not possible. The world's origin was too berserk, and the suppression was powerful. For this matter, Datura went to the heaven-sealing main hall to find Knight Sorrow's doppelganger once. Because they had agreed at that time, they would often come to the White Tiger territory, but regardless of how she shook the concentric crystal, there was no response. She was worried. Knight Sorrow's doppelganger explained the situation to Datura. Only then did Datura feel relieved. Knight Sorrow continued to advance every day. However, he discovered another problem. The killing intent in this place stimulated his battle intent, causing it to rise. Battle intent was an auxiliary ability. Although it couldn't directly kill the enemy, it could increase one's strength and suppress the opponent's aura. It could even be said that if the opponent was weak, they might even lose the will to fight. With this sort of cultivation opportunity, Knight Sorrow naturally would not give up. Regardless of whether they rested or advanced, they released their fighting intent, contending against the White Tiger territory's killing intent. As for what Datura told him, the Shinwu Great World was in chaos. Knight Sorrow was also helpless. He had his own matters to attend to now. He could not give up halfway and go back now. Knight Sorrow advanced and avoided the White Tiger twice, intruding into the White Tiger's territory. However, it was only a high-grade King White Tiger. He had no interest, nor did he want to fight. Knight Sorrow did not place a high-grade King-level White Tiger in his eyes, but that was one of the reasons why the White Tiger constellation was a forbidden area. When the heaven-supporting tycoons entered, because their perfect willpower would be sensed by the native divine beast, the White Tiger King, no one would enter. When a monarch entered, facing a high-grade King White Tiger, it was very difficult to defeat. Their own cultivation was suppressed, and facing this White Tiger with the ability to fight above their level, they were very easy to kill. Knight Sorrow's spiritual strength was relatively strong. He first probed the White Tiger, and when he discovered it was not his target, he would avoid it. As he advanced, he cultivated his fighting spirit. Knight Sorrow's speed was slower. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Knight Sorrow's fighting spirit had increased significantly. He had seen many king-level White Tigers. Some lived in groups, and some occupied territories alone. Knight Sorrow reached a towering peak that day and planned to advance later. The killing aura on this towering peak was even stronger, and it was suitable for cultivating his fighting spirit. Knight Sorrow started cultivating, but the Shinwu Great World was really in chaos. Bai Taesong was crazily killing. He could not find a heaven-supporting tycoon, so he had no limits. He even killed a monarch. The Shinwu Great World was in chaos because of him. However, no one could restrain him. The Lord of Heaven Three Sons came to the Samsara Great World several times to ask about Knight Sorrow, but to no avail. He was really anxious now because the Shinwu Great World could not hold on any longer. No one could compete with Bai Taesong. Of course, Bai Taesong would go crazy. The forces of the Shinwu Great World were all in a state of avoidance. The tycoons and higher-ups were all hiding to avoid fighting. Knight Sorrow was not here. The Lord of Heaven Three Sons and the others went to the Xuanhuan Great World to ask Tang Jianfeng and the Wuling Mountain Master. Tang Jianfeng and the Wuling Mountain Master were indeed powerful, but if Bai Taiching didn't defend himself, Tang Jianfeng and the Wuling Mountain Master couldn't break through his defense. If they couldn't break through his defense, then there was no winning. Bai Taesong was not a fool. He would run away as soon as he consumed too much energy. He was fast and did not care about attacks. Others could not do the same. If they had scruples, then no one could do anything to him. Tang Jianfeng and the Wuling Mountain Master retreated because they could not take him down. This was an unchangeable result. To avoid Bai Taisong's revenge, the Xuanhuan Great World closed the teleportation formation. The Qing Emperor was also considering whether to close the teleportation formation. Misty Rain suggested that it was not necessary because Bai Taisong was afraid of night sorrow and would not come easily. The Qing Emperor nodded. If Bai Taisong really dared to come to the world of samsara, he would go to the Nine Regions world and ask night sorrow to come back. If they closed the teleportation formation, then they were afraid. Neither cultivators nor the world of samsara should have this mentality. To solve the problem, the Lord of Heaven Three Sons even stayed in the world of samsara, waiting for news. He was worried because he could not find a solution other than to ask Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow stayed on the towering peak to cultivate his fighting spirit. He could still deduce the will, but it was slower than in the samsara palace. This cultivation lasted for 2 years. During these 2 years, Night Sorrow's battle intent had increased by a lot. Cultivating under high pressure allowed him to improve very quickly. Genuine, but he stopped cultivating because he had more important things to do. He could come back again if he wanted to cultivate his fighting spirit. Night Sorrow felt this place was not bad. He set up a teleportation formation here. When he came back to the White Tiger constellation to cultivate in the future, he could set up a corresponding teleportation formation and be teleported here. Night Sorrow started to move forward. As he went deeper and deeper, Night Sorrow saw more and more white tigers. He even saw a monarch-level white tiger. But he did not move. The monarch-level white tiger was already the leader and ruled over many white tigers. Night Sorrow did not want to be surrounded and beaten, so he went around and continued to move forward. He wanted to find a monarch-level white tiger that was alone. He had been in the White Tiger constellation for a long time and had met many white tigers. Night Sorrow did not make a move. He wanted to succeed in one strike. Night Sorrow knew some things. Some sects with extraordinary talents had unimaginable abilities. For example, when he went to the Ice Dragon realm, Tang Bo killed an ice dragon. Night Sorrow felt that the white tigers had the same abilities as the ice dragon, or even better. Because the white tigers were divine beasts. Speak. The 4th update has arrived. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1429. Kai Tong Xiao Gao / unsealed. As they advanced, Night Sorrow also set up a few low-level teleportation formations in specific areas for safety reasons. If one did not consider the future, one would have immediate worries. Using low-level teleportation crystals in exchange for a guarantee of safety was very worth it. A few months ago, Yishang had another harvest. He had discovered a lode, and while excavating the lode, he had also obtained the Holy Spirit liquid. The Holy Spirit liquid was a treasure that contained much more energy than the Holy Spirit stones. Yishang had obtained it once before, and the Holy Spirit liquid had contributed greatly to his cultivation being able to keep up with his realm. After collecting the resources, Night Sorrow continued forward. Hard work paid off. Night Sorrow finally met a lone monarch rank white tiger. Night Sorrow knew that this was a white tiger that had been banished. Night Sorrow could tell that this white tiger had just reached the monarch rank and its aura had not stabilized yet. The living habits of white tigers were not very regular. Some couples lived together, some couples lived with their cubs who had not reached adulthood, and some lived in large groups of family members. However, there was one rule that was accurate. Monarch rank white tigers had to be independent and live their own lives. They could even form and develop their own families. The white tiger in front of him did not have a mate and had just reached the king rank. This was the opportunity that Night Sorrow wanted. Night Sorrow flashed and stood in front of the white tiger. A monarch rank white tiger was very majestic. It was more than 6 meters tall and about 10 meters long. It had a very strong murderous aura. When it moved, it brought about gusts of wind. Tigers followed the wind and dragons followed the clouds. The white tiger had its own wind ability. Human. You dare to come to my white tiger constellation? The white tiger lifted its huge head and stared at Night Sorrow with its bell-like eyes. "I'm sorry to disturb you, but I have to come. I don't want to fight. I just want you to help me. I'm willing to exchange resources," Night Sorrow said. If he could avoid a fight, Night Sorrow really didn't want to fight. A little blood essence was nothing to the white tiger. "For you to come to the white tiger territory is to despise my white tiger clan. Business is off the table. If you can kill this one, then your goal will be achieved. This one will kill you, and then your things will be this one's." This white tiger let out a muffled sound. Simple, violent, murderous, and difficult to communicate with. This was the white tiger. "I'm standing in front of you, and I'm not afraid of a fight. I just feel that if there's something that can be solved without a fight, it's better not to fight," Night Sorrow said. He was prepared to fight when he came out. "Let's fight. There will be a result after the battle." The white tiger leaped into the air and slapped out with a tiger claw. The attack carried a murderous aura, a very strong murderous aura. Night Sorrow's right hand didn't move, but his left hand directly struck out with Hadouken. Following an explosion, Night Sorrow's body was knocked back by the white tiger's claw. However, the white tiger was also sent flying by this punch. In a head-on clash, even if the white tiger was a divine beast, in a head-on clash of bodies, it did not occupy the upper hand. "I truly don't want to injure you. I only want a bit of white tiger blood. You can ask for resources, but don't force me to kill." After he punched, Night Sorrow waved samsara in his right hand. "Is a human's body this strong? Less nonsense. Let's fight. If you can kill this one, then the white tiger's blood essence naturally won't be a problem." The white tiger growled, and a green and red light appeared on its body. Then, it once again pounced towards Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow waved samsara, launching a space-spinning dragon kill. Since he was going to fight, he had to have a plan. He could not directly use his trump card. Bang! Another explosion rang out as the massive white tiger was knocked back by Night Sorrow. However, Night Sorrow's incomparably sharp samsara only managed to disperse the energy on the white tiger's claws. It was unable to injure the white tiger. Powerful. This was the power of a divine beast. Night Sorrow's will of time and space protected his body. He caught up to the white tiger and attacked. The energy on the white tiger's body revolved, and its speed increased rapidly. Its two front claws continuously struck out, and they were all energy waves with strong killing intent. Its tail and two hind legs were no different from divine weapons. As it waved them, the energy waves slashed towards Night Sorrow. After the human and beast finished fighting in the air, they continued to fight on the ground. The space shattered, and grass and gravel flew everywhere. "I didn't want to hurt you, but I have no choice," Night Sorrow growled. He waved samsara in his hand and used Emperor's samsara slash. As the purple halo rippled, it enveloped the white tiger's head. Night Sorrow's samsara also pierced the white tiger's neck. However, the white tiger woke up at this moment. It slammed its claw towards Night Sorrow. It was not that Night Sorrow's Emperor's samsara slash was not powerful enough. It was that Night Sorrow's strength was suppressed. In addition to the white tiger's extraordinary talent, the effect was not ideal. Night Sorrow punched the white tiger's claw with his left hand. Following an explosion, Night Sorrow was sent flying. As Night Sorrow was sent flying, samsara was pulled out from the white tiger's body. At the same time, blood spurted out from the white tiger's wound. Night Sorrow rushed forward again. Then, he flew diagonally. With a wave of his left hand, he wrapped the white tiger's blood with energy. Then, he quickly retreated. As he dodged the white tiger's attack, he took out a jade bottle with his left hand and collected the white tiger's blood. One bottle was not enough. Night Sorrow filled 3 bottles. Look at the chapters on the B version ***, damn it. I'm going to kill you today. When the white tiger saw that Night Sorrow had collected its blood, it was furious. Its body flashed and several figures appeared. They were all energy clones. Then, the energy clones merged and pounced towards Night Sorrow. Western White Tiger kill. The white tiger was enraged. It used its innate skill. The combined energy clones not only increased the attack power, but also caused the spacetime to change. There was also a suppression of the soul. Night Sorrow's 9 regions origins in his spiritual sea vibrated and blocked the soul attack. Then, the will of spacetime protected his body. The spacetime shattered and the ground collapsed. The white tiger's tyrannical attack turned the place where Night Sorrow was standing into a huge crater. After retreating, Night Sorrow continued to advance rapidly. Then, he used the Void Extreme Kill. Following the explosion of a purple halo, one of the white tiger's giant claws was annihilated. Samsara pierced through the white tiger's claw and stabbed into the white tiger's chest. When Night Sorrow was forced back by the white tiger's other claw, another drop of blood floated out. Night Sorrow once again collected it. The monarch rank white tiger's blood was a treasure. Night Sorrow collected its own blood a second time. This made the white tiger incomparably furious. It roared at the sky, and when it roared, the fur on its head emitted light. This was a request for help. Night Sorrow understood that this was a request for help from within the pack. Not fighting, Night Sorrow flashed away. Obtaining the white tiger's blood, his goal was achieved. He himself did not have any plans to kill the white tiger. At this time, inside a huge canyon in the white tiger territory, a giant white tiger raised its head. Speak. First watch. Chapter 1430. Kai Tong Xiao Gao / unsealed standing up, the giant white tiger's body flashed and disappeared into the void. At this moment, Night Sorrow retreated in a flash, and the injured white tiger started to chase after him. Nejing version Night Sorrow was very fast, but so was the white tiger. Speed was its talent. Flying at full speed, they covered hundreds of miles in an instant. Night Sorrow couldn't shake off the white tiger, and the white tiger couldn't catch up with Night Sorrow. The white tiger was injured, but it was all external injuries. It had a unique advantage in the white tiger constellation. Besides, Night Sorrow was suppressed by the world's origin, so he couldn't shake it off. Night Sorrow held the teleportation arrayed disc in his hand. It wouldn't work now, but the distance was still a little far. Once the distance was enough, he could teleport directly. Yi Shang and the white tiger flew at top speed. 2 hours later, Yi Shang stopped because he was stopped by a white tiger that had rushed over. It was a giant white tiger. Night Sorrow looked at the white tiger blocking his way and knew that he had met his match. He had met the overlord of the white tiger constellation, the giant white tiger king. Seeing Night Sorrow stop, the giant white tiger flashed and turned into a tall middle-aged man wearing a white battle robe. The white tiger chasing after Yi Shang had also transformed into a young man. The young man didn't attack, but the middle-aged white tiger king bowed. Huya, you can't even take down a human monarch? The white tiger king looked at Huya, who had blood stains on his hand. Your Majesty, he's very slippery. He won't fight with Huya directly. Your Majesty is here. Please don't let him escape. Huya wants to have a real battle with him. Huya bowed and said to the white tiger king. While the white tiger king and Huya were talking, another monarch-ranked white tiger came. They had all received Huya's request for help. It seems that a big battle is unavoidable today. White Tiger King, you should attack. He's not my match. Night Sorrow said. He wanted to leave after taking the white tiger blood, but he had to fight now. He's no match for you. But he's still alive, with only minor injuries. The white tiger king's golden eyebrows twitched. If I want him to die, he won't live. I came to the white tiger constellation not to kill, but to beg for some white tiger blood. I even said that I was willing to give him resources, but he refused. I've already left, but he still chased after me, Night Sorrow said. You boast shamelessly. Huya was infuriated because Night Sorrow was looking down on him. Huya roared and leapt up, slashing his scimitar towards Night Sorrow. The scimitar was Tiger Fang's natal weapon, his own teeth. Night Sorrow unfurled Samsara and executed Time Shock Wave. Their weapons clashed. Under the influence of Night Sorrow's will of time, some of Tiger Fang's blade's energy dissipated. At the same time, under the influence of the will of time and the rules, Tiger Fang's blade's original force and landing point had changed. The Time Shock Wave shook away Huya's blade. Then, Night Sorrow used Space Whirling Dragon Kill. Space Whirling Dragon Kill was Night Sorrow's fastest mystic technique. Following the Time Shock Wave, he instantly attacked Huya's front. Huya's expression changed. She pulled back her blade to block. Following a muffled sound, the blade in Huya's hand clashed. At this time, Night Sorrow's Samsara once again changed moves. Time Shock Wave once again, however, the energy was controlled to not attack Huya. Rather, it shattered the space in front of Huya. Huya, retreat! The White Tiger King shouted, stopping the Huya who was still charging. Lord White Tiger King, I, Night Sorrow, have not committed any sins in coming to the White Tiger territory. I flipped my weapon forward twice and pierced his body, always deliberately controlling the energy to not explode. I only took a bit of blood, is this excessive? Night Sorrow looked at the White Tiger King and said. Excessive. But you must know one thing. This place is the White Tiger constellation, this king's domain. You have injured this king's descendant. This king can do whatever he wants. The White Tiger territory is a constellation world, a forbidden land for everyone, including demon beast cultivators. If you can come and go as you please, where will this king's face, the face of the White Tiger constellation, be placed? The White Tiger King looked at Night Sorrow, the killing intent in his eyes circulating. Since this is the case, then White Tiger King, lay down the line. I accept. Night Sorrow glanced at the White Tiger King and then swept his gaze over the group of monarch-level white tigers behind the White Tiger King. You are very confident. Could it be you do not know that this place is the White Tiger constellation? In this place, this king's fist is the biggest. The White Tiger King coldly snorted. I dared to come to the White Tiger territory, so I was not afraid. Admittedly, I only came to take the White Tiger's blood, but I also made preparations for battle. Night Sorrow took a deep breath. He knew that what followed was the true battle. Men, seize him! The White Tiger King shouted. Hu Jun, when we are underground, you must know who took your life. Hearing the White Tiger King's words, a man stepped forward. This Hu Jun was stronger than Huya because Huya had just entered the monarch realm. However, he still could not defeat Night Sorrow. After exchanging several blows, he was whipped by Night Sorrow, shattering his sternum and sending him flying. White Tiger King, if you continue to dispatch them to battle, I cannot afford to waste time. I can only use my killing move. Night Sorrow opened his mouth and said. He felt that he had already retreated. If the White Tiger King continued to make things difficult, then he could only start killing. Not bad, you have been suppressed by the White Tiger constellation's world origin power by 30%. They are still not your opponent. You should be an unrivaled monarch outside. The White Tiger King looked at Night Sorrow and said. These are not important. I took the White Tiger's blood. This point is my fault, but I have made concessions everywhere. I have already done what I should have done. I already do not owe you anything. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. Night Sorrow opened his mouth and said. To have them battle again is indeed meaningless. This king's battle is a bit of a bully. The White Tiger King looked at Night Sorrow. If Night Sorrow killed in the White Tiger territory, it was reasonable for him to act to kill him. Now, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to act. King, I only ask that King trap him. Huya will definitely kill him. Huya hatefully said. If you want to kill him, you can only enter the heavenly monarch realm. Are you certain you can? The White Tiger King glanced at Huya. Huya and Hujun were both stunned because the White Tiger King's words proved that Night Sorrow was unrivaled among monarchs. Boy, you stay behind. Be a servant at this king's side, and this king will spare your life. The White Tiger King opened his mouth and said, Your Excellency White Tiger King, you think too much. Let's not talk about anything else. I do not want to waste time. Let's fight. Whether it is a group battle or a single battle, Night Sorrow, will take it. Night Sorrow opened his mouth and said, A single battle, a group battle? You look down on this king too much. Then this king will cut down a tactless bastard like you. You are not allowed to act. Stand guard. The White Tiger King roared. This roar changed the weather. He was truly angry because no one had dared to speak to him like this in countless years. Fine. In other words, today it will be the White Tiger King alone blocking the way. Night Sorrow opened his mouth and said, There is no need to push this king. If this king cannot kill you, then if you want to leave, no one will stop you. The White Tiger King naturally knew Night Sorrow's meaning. Speak. The second chapter has arrived. Thank you, Love Nest, old bro, for yesterday's chapter reward. Chapter 1431. Night Sorrow swung his samsara and looked at the White Tiger King. He knew that he was about to face the most difficult battle, even more difficult than when he fought against Bai Taesong. Bai Taesong's defense was strong, but Night Sorrow could break through it with his samsara. But what about the White Tiger King? It was one of the strongest among the heaven pillars. The White Tiger of the West specialized in killing. Not to mention its defense, its attack was definitely terrifying. As for its speed, Night Sorrow had seen it from Huya. At this time, the White Tiger King moved. It only took a step forward, and its aura surged. Then, it opened its right hand and slapped towards Night Sorrow. The suppression was too strong. Night Sorrow knew that this move could seriously injure him. However, it was not that he did not have a trump card. Why did he cultivate in the sky-piercing peak for 2 years? It was all for today. The only authentic one. All other Zs are pirated versions. Night Sorrow's body trembled, and a majestic battle intent burst forth. The killing intent and killing intent that were originally suppressing him all retreated. Peak strength. Night Sorrow cultivated his battle intent on the sky-piercing peak for the sake of maintaining his battle strength. After cultivating for 2 years, his battle intent was completely released. The suppression of the White Tiger constellation no longer existed, and Night Sorrow's strength once again returned to its peak. After his strength returned to its peak, Night Sorrow made his move. Samsara pierced out, void extreme kill. A purple halo exploded. Night Sorrow pierced through the White Tiger King's palm strike, and then a shockwave shattered the center of the palm strike. The violent palm strike landed on the ground, but the place where Night Sorrow was standing was unharmed. The center of the palm strike was broken, and a circular crater was formed around Night Sorrow. Battle intent. I didn't expect you to have cultivated your battle intent, and it's already at the small success stage. You have full battle strength, no wonder you're so confident. The White Tiger King squinted at Night Sorrow, because this was out of his expectations. Then, the White Tiger King made his move. He held a battle blade in his hand, and his moves were wide open and incomparably domineering. However, Night Sorrow had the virtuous immortal body, and his strength was incomparably tyrannical. He was not at a disadvantage even when facing the White Tiger King head-on. Night Sorrow did not use his ultimate move because the White Tiger King did not use his ultimate move either. After fighting for half an hour, the White Tiger King used the Western White Tiger Kill. The Western White Tiger Kill executed by the White Tiger King was much more tyrannical than the one executed by Huya. Dozens of energy clones fused together and charged towards Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow knew that the Western White Tiger slaughter could not be resisted. Night Sorrow unleashed a spatial tear, but he slashed it behind him. Night Sorrow's body swayed and entered the spatial tear. Following the explosion, the place where Yi Shang had been standing shattered. Everything shattered, and a black hole appeared. However, Yi Shang wasn't there. At this moment, Night Sorrow walked out from another direction. "How many more times can you use it?" Night Sorrow asked. "Supreme Attribute. This one's ultimate move did not injure you, so continuing to fight is meaningless. You may leave. However, please remember one thing. This king remembers your presence. Please do not come to the White Tiger constellation to look for trouble." The White Tiger King said. "This time, I came to the White Tiger territory only to ask for White Tiger blood. Perhaps I will come again, but I will not have malice." Night Sorrow finished speaking and immediately left. Night Sorrow left, and the White Tiger King stood motionless. "King, why did you not continue to kill?" Huya asked. "Kill? He cannot be killed. He has always been on the defensive. Just now, this king's Western White Tiger kill did not kill him. Killing intent has already appeared in his eyes. In other words, if we continue to fight, the situation will not be the same as before." The White Tiger King muttered in a low voice. Then, it flashed away. Night Sorrow flew for a while. The transfer array disc in his hand lit up. Night Sorrow activated the transfer array disc and left this area. Soon after, Night Sorrow teleported several times in succession. Then, he flew towards the space world he had come from. Because there were no threats and no misgivings, Night Sorrow flew at full speed. Half a month later, he arrived at the space barrier. Night Sorrow set up a transfer array that resonated with the sky-piercing giant peak. Then, he tore open the space barrier and began to fly. After passing through the spatial turbulence, Night Sorrow returned to the small space he had come from. Then, sitting on the transfer array, Night Sorrow returned to the world of Samsara. Returning to the world of Samsara, Night Sorrow directly went to the City Lord's mansion. In front of the City Lord's mansion, Night Sorrow saw the Qing Emperor and the three sons Heavenly Monarch come out to greet him. Night Sorrow did not feel this was strange. He knew about the Shenwu Great World. The people of the Shenwu Great World wanted him to go out, so there was nothing strange about the three sons Heavenly Monarch here. "Night Sorrow, you're back." The Qing Emperor looked at Night Sorrow from head to toe. He knew how dangerous it was to go to the White Tiger constellation. "I'm back." Night Sorrow nodded. The three of them entered the City Lord's mansion. Misty Rain appeared and brewed some tea. "Master, this is monarch-grade White Tiger blood." Night Sorrow took out 2 bottles of White Tiger blood. "It must have been hard on you." The Qing Emperor was not happy that Night Sorrow had obtained the White Tiger blood. He had an indescribable feeling in his heart. While drinking tea, the three sons Heavenly Monarch cupped his hands and told Night Sorrow his request. He also asked Night Sorrow to state the price. "I want to go home first to see my son and daughter. I want to spend a few days with my family," Night Sorrow said. When he left the 9 Regions world, his youngest daughter and son were only 1 month old. Night Sorrow had entered the White Tiger constellation to cultivate for 2 years. In addition to traveling and scouting, he had spent 3 years. Therefore, he had to go back and take a look. Although he had a clone in the sky-ceiling Great Hall, it was different from his real body going there. "Commander Knight, what price do you want to pay?" "I'll go back and discuss it with the others." "We'll prepare it for you," the three sons Heavenly Monarch said. Night Sorrow's appearance gave him hope. If he could get rid of Bai Te Song, there would be hope for the Shenwu Great World's stability. The last realm war caused a lot of damage to the Shenwu Great World. Therefore, I thought that the Shenwu Great World could do something to make up for it. "There's no need to pay any price," Night Sorrow said. "That's not appropriate. We were the ones who initiated the last realm war. We naturally have to bear the consequences. We can't let Commander Knight take action for nothing," the three sons Heavenly Monarch said. "It's nothing, Master. I still have some White Tiger blood. If 2 bottles aren't enough, let me know," Night Sorrow said. One bottle is enough, the Qing emperor said. Then I'll go home and rest for a few days. After that, I'll go to the Shenwu Great World. Knight Sorrow cupped his hands at the Qing emperor and the three sons' heavenly monarch before leaving. He's gotten stronger. Lord Qing Emperor, I'll go back and gather some information. I'll send a disciple here later to wait for Knight Sorrow, the three sons' heavenly monarch said. He was really anxious now. When Knight Sorrow arrived at the Nine Regions world, Datura and the other girls, who were playing with their children, were very surprised. Come, little Luo. Let father hug you, Datura called out to his son, who was playing with his children. Then, he poured a cup of water for Knight Sorrow. Seeing that Knight Sorrow was playing with his children, Datura, Sikong Chuyu, and the others asked about Knight Sorrow's situation. Datura, Aoi, and the others were very happy to hear that Knight Sorrow had managed to obtain the white tiger blood. This was because they all knew that the evil dragon's venomous centipede in the Qing Emperor's body had been a sore point for Knight Sorrow. Now that he had resolved it, he had gotten rid of the knot in his heart. Speak. The third watch has arrived. Chapter 1432. After that, Knight Sorrow told Datura and the others that he would be going out in a few days. Okay, I'll go with you, Datura said. No need. I can go by myself. I still want to stay at home for a few more days, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. That's outside. You have a mission at home too. We all need to have a child. Datura looked at Xueshi. Xueshi blushed when Datura looked at her. She was the only one without a child. The three sons Lord of Heaven returned to the Shenwu Great World and went to the small city where the big shots were hiding. He told them that Knight Sorrow had returned and that Knight Sorrow had agreed to fight. What's the price? We have to pay whatever the price is. Even if it's a huge loss, we have to deal with Bai Te Song. Even if our vitality is greatly damaged, we can slowly recover, Lord of Heaven God who said. Speaking of which, he doesn't want anything. He just wants to help us this once. The three sons Lord of Heaven sighed. He felt a little guilty. After all, he had played a part in the realm war. Why doesn't he want anything? The Nanhua Lord of Heaven looked at the three sons Lord of Heaven in surprise. Because he feels that the Shenwu Great World suffered some damage during the last realm war. He feels that he has a chance to help. The reason is that simple. He didn't become a virtuous sage without reason. His temperament is not something that ordinary people can compare to. I have to admire him, the three sons Lord of Heaven said. We are also indomitable cultivators. We have to acknowledge this favor, Lord of Heaven God who said. Let's talk about it after the battle. Qingyi has already gone to Samsara City. When Knight Sorrow is done with his matters, he will bring Knight Sorrow over. We have to confirm where Bai Te Song is now and whether he is still in Shenwu City, the three sons Lord of Heaven said. After hearing the three sons Lord of Heaven's words, the Lords of Heaven present arranged for their subordinates to gather information. Knight Sorrow stayed at home with his wife, children, and parents every day. Life was very comfortable. Actually, mother thinks this is good, Yu Qing said. She knew that Knight Sorrow was going out in a few days. Qing, the child has his own path. Let's not affect him, Yi Wuyo said. Father, mother, don't worry. I'm fine. Besides, Nianxiao isn't young anymore. Marriage is also very important. Chu Yu, make arrangements for Ning Yun and Chi Yu. If there's a suitable time, do it. Knight Sorrow said. Yu Qing nodded. Son, Nianxiao uses you as her role model. You're a cultivation maniac. When you have time, tell me about Ning Yun and Chi Yu's matter. Chu Yu, you're the master's wife, so you should take care of it. Yi Wuyo nodded. Ning Yun and Chi Yu were Knight Sorrow's disciples. In fact, they were members of the Yi clan. The two of them were very filial. Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing liked them very much. Okay, then do it properly. Do it in 7 Night City. They have friends in the heaven mystic world too, Sikong Chuyu said. Make it more grand. Send out invitations to those who should be invited. I have some friends that you're not familiar with. Go find Xuanji, Hong Yi, and Laning. They know about some of my connections outside. As for you guys, if you're free, you can take the child for a walk around Nine Chong building. Cultivation isn't the only thing in life. Night Sorrow looked at Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and the others and said. You should say that to yourself. Cultivation isn't the only thing in life. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow with dissatisfaction. Ninth senior sister, don't be angry. I'm already a mid-level monarch. When I reach the heaven monarch realm, I won't be able to break through even if I want to seclude myself, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Okay, I'm not angry. I know you're doing this for the safety of your family. But don't tire yourself out. Yang Lei said. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded with a smile. He felt that Yang Lei had changed. She had become much gentler and more considerate. Night Sorrow stayed with his family for 2 more days. He decided to take action. He wanted to take care of Bai Te Song. It could be considered as making up for the previous realm war. The original body stayed in the city in the sky to accompany the child Datura Datura. The doppelganger followed Night Sorrow to the reincarnation city and the city lord's mansion. Qing Emperor and Misty Rain received Datura Datura. Although she was the wife of a disciple, her identity as the Dark Dominator couldn't be ignored. On the other hand, Lin Qingyi, who was waiting here, was a little reserved. Because these were all giants. Night Sorrow wasn't a giant, but his deterrence was greater than a giant. His strength couldn't be ignored. Even if she was a top-level monarch, she still felt pressure when facing Night Sorrow. Sit down and drink tea. Don't be too polite. Tell me about the current situation in Shinwu Great World. Night Sorrow nodded to Lin Qingyi. The current Shinwu Great World is riddled with holes. Bai Te Song is doing whatever he wants. He kills people if he doesn't like them. No one can stop him. Lin Qingyi said. For the Shinwu Great World, this is a catastrophe. In fact, this hidden danger has been there for a long time. Bai Te Song has been ambitious for a long time, but it hasn't reached the time to explode. This time, when the Fortune Gate was destroyed, his tyrannical nature erupted. This is something that can't be helped. Night Sorrow said. Yes, my master also said that this matter will explode sooner or later. It's just that the realm war has started. Also, his armor has been confirmed. It's the original defensive armor that was born from the Shinwu world's origin. My master, Lord of Heaven Godly Tiger, and the others can't do anything about it. Even the doppelganger of the Lord of Heaven Raging Flame has fallen. Lin Qingyi said. I also know about the fall of the Lord of Heaven Wolf King. This is also a tribulation. Night Sorrow said. The fall of a Lord of Heaven Raging Flame hasn't happened for many years. This shows how serious this matter is. Lin Qingyi said. Okay, then we'll go there in a moment. Night Sorrow said after taking a sip of tea. Be careful. City Lord Tang and Master Wu Ling of the Xuanhuan Great World couldn't do anything to Bai Te Song. Lin Qingyi reminded Night Sorrow. Although she knew that Night Sorrow could contend with Bai Te Song, Lin Qingyi was still worried. She was afraid that Night Sorrow would be careless. Okay, I know. Night Sorrow drank some tea and stood up. Master, after I leave, close the teleportation formation here. If he wants to run away, I don't think we can defeat him in one battle. Yong Long, free watch, plus talk, that's not a big problem. If he dares to come to our world of samsara, I and my wife can deal with him. I'll inform you and you can come back as soon as possible. Qing Emperor gave a message crystal to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow also left a message crystal to Qing Emperor. Then he walked towards the teleportation formation with Datura Datura. Night Sorrow, are you afraid that he will run away? Datura Datura looked at Night Sorrow and asked. He has the original armor. If he doesn't want to fight, even if he runs away, it will be very annoying. Night Sorrow said. I have the soul lock skill. When we fight later, I'll use it to lock onto his aura. We can find him wherever he goes. Datura said. That's good. Then I'll be more confident. Night Sorrow nodded. Led by Lin Qingyi, Night Sorrow and Datura arrived at the small town where Lord of Heaven Shenhu and the others lived. Speak. The fourth update is here. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1433. Kai Tong Xiao Gao equals, unsealed sensing Yi Shang and Mandela's arrival, Lord of Heaven Shenhu and the others came out to welcome them. They led Yi Shang to the manor where they were resting. Sorry to trouble you, Commander Knight. Heaven Lord Shenhu cupped his hands towards Night Sorrow. It's nothing, no need to be so courteous. Night Sorrow shook his head. He could tell that everyone wasn't in a good state. They were even a little embarrassed because they were hiding from trouble. Hiding from being killed and then asking for help. After drinking a few cups of tea, Night Sorrow looked at them. Have you found out where he is? Just bring me there. Night Sorrow said. For was the only genuine one, the others were all fake. We're still investigating. Please rest first and inform Commander Knight when we have results. Heaven Lord Shenhu nodded and sent people to arrange a courtyard for Night Sorrow and Datura. Night Sorrow and Datura stayed there because the investigation results weren't out yet. During this period of time, the heaven pillars couldn't show their faces. If a monarch was discovered by Bai Taesong, they would be killed. Therefore, it was difficult to investigate Bai Taesong's whereabouts. Now that Night Sorrow had arrived, Heaven Lord Shenhu left behind a clone and a group of people went out. Night Sorrow and Datura chatted. The two of them were very relaxed now. Bai Taesong didn't give them any pressure. First of all, Night Sorrow couldn't kill him. At the very least, Bai Taesong couldn't kill Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, you're a middle-class monarch now. Cultivate slowly and spend more time with your family. Everyone is worried about you. Datura looked at Night Sorrow and said. After cultivating to the heaven pillar level, I couldn't cultivate even if I wanted to. I could only accompany you all at all times. Night Sorrow said. But many people are stuck at the monarch level, unable to advance. This level may require many years of grinding. Datura said. She was a bit conflicted. She wanted to see Night Sorrow succeed, but she didn't want Night Sorrow to always cultivate bitterly. No. My current willpower comprehension is still okay. I cultivated in the White Tiger territory for 2 years. Although I haven't advanced, I can feel that I'm improving very quickly. Night Sorrow looked at Datura and said. You can still comprehend at high speed? Perhaps this is a genius. Datura's eyes were full of astonishment. Calm, right now, I feel that the difficulty is about the same as when I first entered willpower. It's a bit slower than when I entered the king's realm. It's the same as when I first entered willpower, but it requires time. After I take care of Bai Taesong, I'll go pay a visit to the Origin Dao Heavenly Monarch. Then, I'll go cultivate in seclusion. In this world, if I want to have the right to speak, if I want to give my family stability, I must be able to run amok in the world. Night Sorrow said. Actually, you can do it right now. You're just too strict with yourself. Datura said. She understood that Night Sorrow wanted to protect everything right now and had the heart of a strong person. Night Sorrow and Datura waited for information. Waiting for information pertaining to Bai Taesong. Datura also imparted the soul lock technique to Night Sorrow. The soul lock technique was to send one's soul force into the opponent's body during battle. This way, one could find the target at any time. On the 4th day of Night Sorrow and Datura's arrival, news came that Bai Taesong had appeared in the Divine Martial City Lord's manor. Bai Taesong had gathered the Fortune Gate's forces that had been scattered by the reincarnation world. He was going to completely rule over the Divine Martial City. Since Bai Taesong had appeared, it was time for Night Sorrow to make his move. Following Heavenly Monarch Shenhu's clone, Night Sorrow and Datura arrived at the Divine Martial City. At this time, Heavenly Monarch Shenhu and the others were facing off against Bai Taesong in the Divine Martial City. If you submit to the Fortune Gate's rule, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, all of you will die. Bai Taesong, who was wearing a golden heaven-piercing battle armor and holding a long sword, looked at Heavenly Monarch Shenhu and the others. Bai Taesong, if you are capable, then you can come out and be the Divine Martial City's city lord. I, Shenhu, have no objections. But what you have done is not righteous enough. Look at what you have done. You've even done things that a mediocre and insignificant cultivator wouldn't even bother to do. Now you want to get rid of your dissidents. Heaven Monarch Shenhu's face was filled with rage as the Inferno Monarch's clone had perished while protecting the three brothers. It was too difficult for a Heaven Monarch realm cultivator to nurture a clone. Losing a clone was equivalent to losing a life. Ruthless? That is because I am qualified. If you are not convinced, then I will kill. I'll kill you until you run away, I'll kill you until you don't have a place to stand. So what if you invited Tang Jianfeng and the Wuling Mountain Chieftain? Didn't you return in defeat? I will not settle this score. When the Xinwu Great World is settled, they will pay the price. Bai Taesong's face was filled with killing intent. He was very angry that Tang Jianfeng and the Wuling Mountain Chieftain had attacked him. He did not have the energy now. If he had the energy, he would definitely kill them. You are not without opponents. Do you think you are invincible? We are all heavenly monarchs. You should believe in fate. There are some things that cannot be done, said Heavenly Monarch Three Sons. Ha! I will be ruthless today. What can you do? Bai Taesong laughed loudly. Night Sorrow is here. He might be here soon, said Heavenly Monarch Three Sons. Don't mention him to me. After the Realm War, he has nothing to do with this. If he dares to come, I will kill his entire family, Bai Taesong shouted fiercely. Bai Taesong had no scruples now. He could kill whoever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. He was not even afraid of Tang Jianfeng and the Wuling Mountain Chieftain. If there was anyone he was afraid of, it would be Night Sorrow. After he activated the Tongtian armor, he was injured by Night Sorrow and lost an avatar. After shouting, Bai Taesong looked in the direction of the teleportation formation. Night Sorrow and Datura had appeared. Heavenly Monarch Shenhu's avatar and original body had also merged. You will kill my entire family. What I hate the most is when people talk about my family. Those who talk about my family shouldn't be allowed to live. Ye Deadly Fire's murderous intent had already been ignited. Night Sorrow had planned to talk to Bai Taesong first. If he did not act rashly and was willing to restore the Xinwu Great World to its previous state, he would not have to kill him. However, he changed his mind now. People like Bai Taesong deserved to die. He could not let him live. Do you think you have the right to take advantage of me last time? Get lost now. I will pretend that you were never here. Bai Taesong squinted at Night Sorrow. The realm war between the reincarnation world and the Xinwu Great World has caused great damage to the Xinwu Great World. It is true that I fought for the reincarnation world, but I have also caused great damage to the Xinwu Great World. Today, I will kill you and bring peace to the Shenzhen Great World. This is my compensation and my merit. Come on. You better not run away today. Night Sorrow waved his arm and took out the Samsara sword. Damn it. Bai Taesong cursed. He knew that Night Sorrow was invited by Heavenly Monarch Shenhu. Otherwise, Heavenly Monarch Shenhu and the others would not have shown up. Don't talk about other things. If you want to run amok in the world, then show me your strength. Night Sorrow's aura exploded. Speak. Here comes the first update. Chapter 1434. Kai Tong Xiao Gao / unsealed, our enmity has been established. After saying this, Bai Taesong's body flashed and flew to the side. He could sense that Night Sorrow's samsara had the same aura as his sky armor, so he knew that it was an origin weapon. You want to run? Night Sorrow's body flashed and began to chase. He was worried that Bai Taesong would not care about anything and just get up and run. If Bai Taesong wanted to run with his ridiculous defense, it would be very difficult to kill him. Watch Little Bee talk for free forever. Night Sorrow's speed was also his forte, with the will of time and space protecting him. As he chased, he attacked with samsara in his hand, aiming for Bai Taesong's back. Bai Taesong turned around and slashed at Night Sorrow's samsara. Night Sorrow's wrist flicked, and samsara moved away from its original path and continued to attack. He knew that as long as their weapons clashed, Bai Taesong would use the force to escape. However, Bai Taesong was not a simple person. He wanted to clash head-on. Since the weapons themselves could not clash, he would use energy to clash head-on. The energy on Bai Taesong's longsword exploded, and the energy clashed. He used the recoil from the energy to continue flying. In everyone's opinion, Bai Taesong's sky armor's defense was invincible, but in reality, he was one of the strongest sky behemoths. His battle strength and experience were both top-notch. After the last battle with Yi Shang, Bai Taicheng had made a comparison. Not only did Yi Shang have the ability to break his Tong Tian armor, but his own combat ability was also amazing. The fact that he was at a disadvantage in the battle between the original body and the doppelganger proved this point. In terms of attack power, Bai Taesong was not as good as Night Sorrow. In terms of defense, Bai Taesong had the advantage, but Night Sorrow was not bad either. If both of them were attacked at the same time, then the one who would suffer the most damage would definitely be Bai Taesong. Bai Taesong's defense was external, while Night Sorrow's defense was innate. If both of them were attacked at the same time, then Night Sorrow would be able to tank it. After analyzing the situation, Bai Taesong did not want to fight Night Sorrow because he was at a disadvantage in all aspects. If Bai Taesong wanted to run, Night Sorrow naturally wouldn't let him. If he let Bai Taesong escape, then he would be a hidden danger. Bai Taesong had already said that he would kill his entire family. How could he let Bai Taesong escape? Night Sorrow waved his hand and continued to attack, while Bai Taesong used the recoil force to escape. After chasing for hundreds of miles, Night Sorrow's body vibrated with energy, and a doppelganger appeared. While Night Sorrow's main body continued to chase, the doppelganger drew an arc in front of Bai Taesong and blocked the battle. Seeing Night Sorrow's doppelganger appear, Bai Taesong's expression changed. He already had a hard time dealing with Night Sorrow's main body, so how could he deal with a doppelganger? However, Bai Taesong also knew that Night Sorrow's doppelganger could not do anything to him. The main threat came from Night Sorrow's main body's weapon. Bai Taesong's main defense was Night Sorrow's main body. As for the doppelganger, no matter how it attacked, it would just take it head-on. Let's see how long you can last. Night Sorrow growled. Night Sorrow's main body continued to suppress and chase, while his doppelganger used the time shockwave attack. If I can't break your armor, then I'll damage your body through the armor. After enduring 2 attacks from Night Sorrow's doppelganger, Bai Taesong's expression turned ugly. Night Sorrow's doppelganger's attacks had a strong shock wave intent, which constantly damaged his body through the armor. He could even feel the energy in his body being drained. Although this kind of damage was not fatal, he could not withstand it. Bai Taesong's body glowed with a green light, and he moved quickly. At this moment, Bai Taesong's speed was extremely fast. Night Sorrow's main body could not keep up. A little angry, Night Sorrow's doppelganger blocked Bai Taesong's flight path and used the Death Destruction Slash. Night Sorrow's main body followed behind and used the Great Emperor Reincarnation Slash. Bai Taesong's head glowed with light, resisting Night Sorrow's attack on his soul. His body continued to move. Because of this, Night Sorrow's Reincarnation Slash, which contained the essence of the Void Extreme Killing, arrived. Bai Taesong twisted his body and avoided the attack from the back. The Reincarnation Slash pierced through his shoulder armor. After the attack succeeded, Night Sorrow's energy exploded and shook the Reincarnation Slash violently. The reincarnation / carried the soul attack energy and rushed toward Bai Taesong's spirit seat. I'm not done with you. Bai Taesong roared. The light on his head glowed brightly, resisting the soul attack. While resisting the soul attack, Bai Taesong's green light turned red. Then, his speed increased rapidly again. He endured 2 attacks from Night Sorrow's doppelganger and disappeared from everyone's sight. Talent ultimate skill. Datura arrived beside Night Sorrow. What talent? Isn't he too fast? The last time we fought, he was very fast, but not to this extent. With such speed, how can we kill him? Night Sorrow was a little annoyed. I wasn't sure at first, but now I understand. He is a demonic beast cultivator who has achieved the Tao. He is a gifted green-winged eagle. The green light on his body just now was his talent energy. The red color that appeared later was his blood essence combustion, Heaven Lord God who said. Everyone had just watched and did not make a move. Even if they did, they would only try to stop him. Bai Taesong had an invincible defense and was not afraid of their attacks. If they tried to stop him, they might affect Night Sorrow's attack. Don't worry. His blood essence combustion affects his body greatly. He can't keep doing this, Heaven Lord Three Suns said. I must kill him. Night Sorrow exhaled and recalled his doppelganger. Have you used the soul lock technique? Datura asked Night Sorrow. I used it. I'll go and catch him later. Let's waste time with him, Yishan said. That's good. I will deal with him in a while. Datura was confident. If Night Sorrow used the soul lock technique, Bai Taesong would not be able to escape. Night Sorrow looked at Heaven Lord God Hu and the others. I'm sorry. I am not afraid of him in a head-on battle. However, I really couldn't do anything about his speed just now. Commander Yi, please don't say that. That speed just now was something that no one could do. If Commander Yi makes a move, he will have some misgivings in his heart. He won't jump out to cause trouble so easily. That way, the Divine Martial Great World will be able to stabilize, said the Three Suns' Heavenly Monarch. As they chatted, the few of them entered the City Lord Manor. It will be difficult to kill Night Sorrow in one go. His blood essence combustion is an innate talent. His speed is unparalleled. It is impossible to kill him, Datura said. Don't worry. How many times can he burn his blood essence combustion? I will exhaust him to death. As long as he stops, I will kill him. Heaven Lord Three Suns, give me a complete map, Night Sorrow said. When he saw Bai Taesong's speed just now, Night Sorrow was worried. Because of his amazing defense and speed, he could not kill him. Now that he knew that Bai Taesong's speed was enhanced by the blood essence combustion, Night Sorrow was no longer worried. Heaven Lord Three Suns took out a map and placed it in front of Night Sorrow. Flaming Cloud City. Let's go to Flaming Cloud City, Night Sorrow said after taking a look and closing the map. Heaven Lord God Hu and the others nodded. When Datura mentioned the soul lock technique, they knew that Night Sorrow could continue to track and kill him. Flaming Cloud City was Tsangling Manor's territory. When they arrived at Flaming Cloud City Lord Manor, Tsangling Manor took out a more detailed map. Flaming Cloud Canyon, Night Sorrow said after looking at the map. Speak. Second update. As the name suggests, Labor Day is a time to work with all your might. There is an event on the website, the Battle for the Throne. This is a battle for both my personal and collective glory. Roar. Please assist me. The only way Shizi can thank you is to write a good book. As the number of words gets longer, the time it takes to write each chapter also gets longer. I can't write a regular update, but I will work hard. I will post as much as I write. At the same time, I hope that my brothers and sisters can do their part to create a new world for the myriad Daos. The event can be seen on the banner on the front page. Click on it and you will be able to assist. Shizi thanks everyone. Chapter 1435. The soul lock technique was a support-type battle technique. It allowed one's soul aura to enter the opponent's body and use it to determine the target's location. The soul energy used by the soul lock technique was not the source of one's soul. Even if the opponent had some secret technique to remove it, it would not cause any harm to the user. Based on the senses of his soul power, Knight Sorrow was able to determine the approximate area whereby Taiching had fled. It was a relatively barren area that cultivators rarely went to, Fire Cloud Canyon. Can we ambush him? Sang Ling Sovereign asked. We won't be able to kill him this time. He can continue burning his essence blood. We'll have to capture him a few more times before he runs out of essence blood, Lord God Tiger said. Then I'll continue to capture him. Knight Sorrow stood up and walked out of the city lord's residence. He then flew towards the area he sensed. Lord God Tiger and the others followed him. Although they could not help much, they had to support him mentally. After flying for 2 hours, Yi Shang turned his head and looked at Heaven Lord Shen Hu and the others behind him. Everyone, you can go over later. I'll go over first. After Yi Shang finished speaking, he deliberately activated his leakless true body and continued flying. Yi Shang deliberately circulated his all-encompassing true body. Even though he was flying, his aura didn't leak out. Lord God Tiger and the others stopped. However, Datura did the same as Knight Sorrow and followed him. A monarch can be so powerful. No one has ever done it before, Lord God Sang Ling said. Actually, we should rejoice. If he had the heart to fight for supremacy, then the divine martial great world would have truly fallen. We wouldn't have been able to resist him at all. Among the 3 great world groups, the reincarnation great world is the strongest, said the 3 Suns Lord. Lord God Tiger laughed self-deprecatingly. He suddenly felt that fate was unpredictable. He had always thought of himself as the strongest person in the Shenwu Great World. He did not even care about the cultivators from the Samsara Great World and the Xianhuang Great World. He would fight a world war whenever he wanted. However, reality slapped him in the face. He was not a match for Bai Taesong from the Shenwu Great World. Datura and Sandalwood from the Samsara Great World were on par with him. Knight Sorrow, who had appeared out of nowhere, was even stronger. Lord God Tiger felt that if he really wanted to fight, he would have to run. He could not afford to fight. Normally, it was difficult to kill the other party in a battle, defeating the opponent. But now, this rule had been broken. Even if the big shots died one after another, the death of their clones was also considered death. That was still a life. Let's develop slowly. Once the calamity is over, it will be a new beginning. However, we can no longer afford to fight among ourselves, said the 3 Suns Heavenly Monarch. At this moment, Bai Taesong was very angry. Knight Sorrow's appearance had disrupted his plan again. After the Realm War, Bai Taesong was very careful when fighting with other forces. Even if he fought, he would retreat quickly. He was afraid that Knight Sorrow was still in the Shenwu Great World. Almost 3 years had passed. Knight Sorrow had not appeared. He felt that Knight Sorrow should not care about the Shenwu Great World. Therefore, Knight Sorrow returned to the Shenwu city to reorganize his old subordinates. He did not expect that Knight Sorrow would appear and injure him as soon as he returned. Burning one's blood essence was very harmful to one's body. Bai Taesong felt that even if he used treasures to replenish his blood essence, he would need a lot of time to recover. After cursing for a while, Bai Taesong took a healing medicine and began to meditate to recover. No matter how he was going to deal with the threat posed by Knight Sorrow, he had to hurry up and recover to his best condition. Knight Sorrow and Datura moved toward the place where Bai Taesong was staying. He's not moving. He should be looking for a place to heal, Knight Sorrow said. Be careful. Use your killer move when you get close. Maybe you can't kill him this time, but you have to injure him severely, Datura said. Knight Sorrow nodded. He also understood that the possibility of killing Bai Taesong in one go was not high. After burning one's blood essence, one's strength would increase greatly in all aspects. If Bai Taesung did not fight and just ran, it would be very difficult to kill him. After advancing for a while, Night Sorrow scouted the place where Bai Taesung was staying. It was a cave. Night Sorrow understood that Bai Taesung had been here before. This was probably one of Bai Taesung's strongholds. Taking a deep breath, Night Sorrow's main body and doppelganger separated. His main body directly charged toward Bai Taesung's cave while his doppelganger stayed behind to stop Bai Taesung from escaping. When Night Sorrow appeared in front of the cave, Bai Taesung knew. When Bai Taesung rushed out of the cave, Night Sorrow's Samsara used Void Extreme Kill, aiming for his chest. As Bai Taesung dodged, he roared at Night Sorrow, "What do you want?" "Whatever you want, I will give it to you. We have no room for negotiation. You must die." Night Sorrow's Samsara quickly attacked, leaving afterimages behind. Bai Taesung blocked and moved to the other side. The green light on his body appeared again. Knowing that he was no match for Night Sorrow, Bai Taesung did not want to fight. Night Sorrow's doppelganger was there to stop him from escaping. After Night Sorrow's doppelganger appeared, he used Death Destruction Slash. His main body followed behind and used Emperor Samsara Slash. Night Sorrow's Emperor Samsara Slash had already passed. The attribute fusion space-time and soul influence was released. The weapon's attack became Void Extreme Kill, which made the attack stronger. IJ Net Byung #Geo9X Free XQ Phi, read S novels by Taesung roared, and the Soul Defense Halo appeared on his head again. He then turned and dodged Night Sorrow's main body's attack. He knew that Night Sorrow's main body's attack was fatal. Night Sorrow's main body's attack missed, but Bai Taesung's body was also sent flying by Night Sorrow's doppelganger. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was the power of the time oscillation wave. At this moment, Heaven Lord Shenhu and the others had arrived. When they saw Night Sorrow's ferocious attack injuring Bai Taesung, they were very excited. This was because Bai Taesung could not withstand Night Sorrow's attack. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Bai Taesung's body emitted a blood-red glow. Although he was very unwilling to burn his essence blood, it was not as important as his life. He had to burn his essence blood to fight and escape. After burning his essence blood, Bai Taesung unsheathed his longsword. A green glow appeared, and he charged towards Night Sorrow. It was an absolute art that attacked the soul. When the green glow enveloped his body, Night Sorrow knew that Bai Taesung was using an absolute art. The 9 regions' origins in Night Sorrow's spirit sea vibrated, blocking the soul attack. Die, Bai Taesung roared, and his longsword stabbed towards Night Sorrow's chest. While blocking the soul attack, Night Sorrow's Samsara sword blocked Bai Taesung's longsword. Then, his right leg flew towards Bai Taesung's waist.